You're about to watch another exciting episode of the Dungeon Run, but did you know that you can actually be part of the adventure? Tune in live on Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific time, and you can make your voice heard and help determine the fate of our adventurers. Hope to see you there.
Greetings and welcome to the Dungeon Run, a live tabletop role-playing game where your interactions help tell the tale. And a special hello to everyone watching live for the first time. Hello. So glad you could join us. I could see that you're all chatting with me, and I'll see you in chat during the show. Otherwise, don't bother me during the intro. Good? Good. I am Lord Ereban, Keeper of Secrets, and your host for tonight's campaign. Together, we stand witness as our intrepid adventurers face terrible danger and most certain doom in their quest for glory, valor, and most importantly, treasure. Yes! As you'll see, all of the players are still working from home and practicing their social distancing. As soon as the time is right, I'll let all of the players back into my dungeon. Now, throughout our time together, you will be called upon to help guide decisions made within the game. In addition to our live chat interactions, those that are brave enough can purchase one of our unique props. Tonight we have 4 Dungeon Run props. Number 1, if you love the show, you can show love. When you buy Show Love, Jeff will see it and may read your name out during the game, showing you some love. And of course, you can show love to any member of the team, including myself. Number 2, you could bestow upon the adventuring party the gift of advantage, the ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at one time, taking the highest value. Or, number 3, you could set the trap of disadvantage. If a player has advantage, this disadvantage will counter it. And if the player does not have an advantage, well, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice and take the lowest value. After all, life is pain. Good God, don't hate Fahima, not the time! And guess what? Yes, Milo's ball is still out. Thank you, Don't Hate Fahima. But bad news. I told him to put the ball away, but as you know, he doesn't listen to me. But joke's on him because we're not using force cards yet, so it doesn't affect the game. But it still affects Milo. Good news, he's dead on the floor. Thank you for that one, Don't Hate Fahima. When you give props, please specify which player at the table it is for, or I will make the choice for you. Is that clear? Good. Also, for all things Dungeon Run, head over to thedungeonrun.fandom.com. There you will find more info on our characters' Dungeon Run merch and the link to the Dungeon Run Discord, where you can join a great community of runners. You can upload your fan art there as well. I love fan art. The more the merrier. And to those who have already submitted, I see you and I thank you. Now, let's meet our brave souls, the cast of characters. Please welcome Jared Kajak as Civ.
Woo! I love these intros. You're getting good at this.
I almost ran out of breath right there, Jared. How are you, my man?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
You look great.
Thank
Fantastic.
You. I got some sun.
I never go out in the sun. That's dangerous. Jessica Lynn Parsons as Fahima Tiger.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, how are you?
I'm so good. How are you?
Always wonderful and always good to see you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Next up, we have Morgan Peter Brown as James Quillos.
Lord Ereban, you're looking extra slimy tonight, and I mean that as a compliment. You look great.
I'm feeling extra slimy. It was a good spritz that I had, an extra spritz, and I'm
glad.
Very wet. Okay, next up, Ronald Ogden as Agar!
Who you gonna call, huh? Who you gonna call?
Ghostbusters.
Yeah,
I'm just
that's why
kidding.
we-
I can't do accents, though I love to try. Ronald and Ugo, as you are called. Very, very good to see you. I love the beard. It is looking fantastic.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Katie Michaels as Lily Dumble Stark.
Well, I really love it when you drag my name out like that.
Well, it should be drug out. It is a beautiful name.
I know, I love it.
Dumblestark.
It makes me feel so important. Thank you.
Well, you are important. You are very important.
So are
And
you,
Thank
Lord
you.
Erdan.
It's good to see you. Thank you for being here, everyone. There is one more that I would like to introduce, and I would say very possibly the most important. The Dungeon Master himself, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Jeff Kanata!
Hey, Ereban, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well, Jeff. How are you?
I'm awesome, ready to rock tonight.
I am so excited. You look fantastic. Thank you for being here.
Thank
now,
you.
As their journey continues, I, Lord Ereban, will be joining you in your social conversations around the game. So keep an eye out for my avatar and comments. Oh, yes, hold on. And before we begin, I have a favor to ask of you. It would give me great pleasure if you would share the show seriously. Just click below and let all of your admirers know that you are watching The Dungeon Run, the greatest show on the history or in the history of the world and the planet and the universe. You know all the rest. Love you, love you, love you. Now, keep the comments coming. Be ever vigilant and let the dice roll!
All
Wednesdays.
right. Welcome to episode 49 of The Dungeon Run.
Wow.
A particularly warm welcome to anyone watching for the first time. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. Even if this is your first episode of The Dungeon Run, fear not. We will catch you up on the story so you can jump right in. But I wanted to reiterate something that you just heard Lord Ereban say about our amazing community. I urge you to join this incredible group of watchers. They have created fan-created Discord that is incredible. Absolutely amazing. It's really one of the most positive places I've ever experienced on the internet. I urge you to join that. There is a fan-created, fan-produced, fan-starring weekly recap show called The Watch Party. You can find that every Tuesday night at 6 p.m. on Caffeine. So join this community. We appreciate you. Now let's jump in and catch everybody up on our story. It started as a simple dungeon run, but now these 5 companions find themselves inside a haunted castle, battling fearsome ghosts and poltergeists as they try to piece together the clues to save a family trapped inside. Civ, the Tabaxi rogue, Fahima, the fire genasi wizard, James, the human warlock, Ugo, the orc barbarian, and Lily, the beach gnome bard, started as strangers, each answering a note nailed to a signpost, looking for adventurers to loot an abandoned dragon's lair. But inside that simple dungeon, they found one of the world's most powerful magical items, and it catapulted them into an adventure to save the Wardens, the 100-foot-tall protectors who watch over the realms of Ain. As their adventure progressed and they vanquished enemies, solved puzzles, and grew in experience, they became a team. And then, more than that, heroes. The Heroes of Bingle. But just as they were about to step into an ancient dwarven stronghold where they believed one of the mighty wardens was being held captive, they were transported back in time, 22 years, into the bodies of 5 sellswords, mercenaries working for the infamous pirate Whitebeard. In their own time, they had battled Whitebeard and defeated him, but had also learned that the pirate's greatest treasure was held inside a vault in the city of Turles. Where did he get it? And what exactly was it? Now, more than 2 decades in the past, they had an opportunity to live out the answers to those questions. To do so, they had to work with Whitebeard and capture a Triton named Choran. Choran was on the run from the Shazen Gao Empire, the Dragonborn dynasty that ruled the north of Ain.
He told the Heroes of Bingle that his wife and son were also on the run, and that if they helped him rescue them, he would tell them where to find the Shazin Gao's most precious valuables. So, the heroes convinced Whitebeard to journey to the Isle of Rum, where they learned that Choron's family had fled the bounty hunters looking for them by sailing into the Castle Rum, a dangerous, haunted manor that had been torn off the mainland of the Isle by the Quake Warden himself. To even reach the castle, the heroes would need to endure a voyage into madness, a dizzying, spectral assault at sea, the only defense against which was a horrifying libation called the Liquor of the Dead, a dark, foul substance distilled inside the rotting corpses of buried creatures. So, James and Lily visited the lighthouse on Ocean's Gull Point and spoke to a deranged man calling himself the Viscount Wingerstick's envoy, whose body and mind showed the terrible effects of drinking too much of the Liquor of the Dead. And even with the awful drink in hand, the journey to the castle was fraught with peril, a nightmarish attack on their sanity. Barely surviving, they arrived to find an island and a building infused with spectral energies, glowing and vibrating with a sickly green shimmer. The entire castle seemed to fluctuate between states, solid and ephemeral, real and unreal, flickering and diaphanous like a ghostly emerald flame. When they found Choron's trusted consort lifeless outside the entrance, a sip of the Liquor of the Dead allowed him to communicate from beyond the grave. He told them that Choron's wife and son had been taken inside the castle by the lady of the house, whose mind was shattered, her psyche broken into fragments scattered throughout the residence. Last week, the heroes made their way into the first floor of the Castle Rum, battling spirits and specters as they tried to piece together the memories that haunted each room of the manor. First, they ventured into the sitting room, where a taxidermied bear was animated by some unseen phantasm. They defeated it and saw their supply of Liquor of the Dead begin to change and glow. When Fahima took a sip, she witnessed a vision of a man dressed in fineries, in some distress, drinking from his own bottle. Throwing it into the hearth, he retrieved a log, still burning with green flame. When the vision faded, the log remained, a fiery magical weapon capable of striking the ghostly apparitions. In the hall, the Liquor of the Dead revealed a vision of a woman, also dressed formally, crying over a portrait of her family. Hearing a noise, she retrieved a silver key hidden in a pocket behind the picture and secreted it in her garments. This time, when the vision faded, nothing remained. But the heroes, alongside Choron and Whitebeard, soon found themselves face to face with a ghost whose horrifying visage caused Uggo, Civ, and Whitebeard to magically wither and age, as if progressing decades closer to death. James managed to dispel the effect on Uggo, whose body had aged past the point of the usual orcish lifespan, but struggled with the decision to save Whitebeard from a similar fate. As they tried to escape the castle, they found the doors locked, all of them trapped inside, the aging effects ticking perilously closer to permanence. Weighing the consequences, James chose to spend his final spell slot on Whitebeard instead of Civ, saving the pirate and leaving the tabaxi to stay 30 years older and quite a bit grayer, which, you know, some say is better looking anyway.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Distinguished.
In the dining hall, a poltergeist flung flatware and cutlery at them before retreating into the kitchen. The vision they saw there was of the finely dressed man entertaining guests and proposing a toast in honor of the castle's newest vintage. As they drank from their glasses, all of the assembled company gagged and choked, collapsing face down into their meals. This time, the host's goblet remained, an undeniably pretty cup inlaid with simple jewels. Upon inspection, it looked surprisingly similar to the pretty cup Fahima had taken out of the dragon's lair during the team's original dungeon run together. Moving into the kitchen, the team used Fahima's conjured smoke methods to determine the location of the invisible poltergeist and vanquish it. The vision here, a cook, viciously stabbed in the back by an unseen assailant. But what was left behind was the murder weapon itself, a large chef's knife, which seemed to be imbued with magical potency. A burning log, a silver key, a jeweled cup, a long, razor-sharp knife, and a second floor full of mysteries awaiting them. As we ended last week, the team returned to the entrance hall with a barrier at the top of the stairs shattered, and the team readied themselves for the next level of the Castle Rum.
Dun, dun, dun.
And that is where we will pick up this week.
I don't know why,
Intro.
Jeff, but every time you do an intro, I just want to see Muppets acting it out the entire time.
I got news for you, Jared.
Yeah.
You're the Muppets.
Well, there's occasions where I want to like throw in our own words that we said in the last episode as you're describing it.
Yeah.
Previously on the Dungeon Run.
I just love that when you go Whitebeard.
Whitebeard.
Yeah, there it is. Whitebeard.
All right, team.
That's sweet
So-
mahogany.
You have, as I said, just emerged from the dining hall where you had seen the vision in both the kitchen and in the dining hall, and you emerged into the entrance hall there. Again, there are these strange statue heads, these busts that are mounted on concrete pillars that look like knights' heads, armored helms. And they glow green in the eye slit, and the heads seem to follow you as you walk through the entrance hall. It is disconcerting, and it almost looks like they are mocking you, amused at your befuddlement inside the building. And you see before you a large set of double stairways, these two stairways that meet at the center of the second floor, where there is a passageway, and that passageway has green, sickly green light streaming through it. And when you first arrived here, there seemed to be some sort of barrier there. That barrier is no longer present.
Got it.
Can somebody
Yes.
give me their liquor of the dead?
Well,
I did.
Didn't Siv give you his?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that.
Go easy on that. Would you all go, please?
If I'm going to age again, I'm not gonna go easy on it.
No. Yes. Yeah. Good point. Good point.
I mean, hopefully you don't do that again.
Look, Siv, when he has a hard time, he starts drinking, so I can do the same thing. And
Okay,
I'm having a hard time with the ages.
We'll
so-
deal with that later.
I think I've said this and I made this clear. That's something we all should unpack at some
Right.
point.
Right. Not today. But
Well,
yes.
it works right now, but it's very effective.
Okay.
True. Civ, you have the kitchen knife. Yes. Ugo, you have the log. All right.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to miss. It's burning.
Okay. Yes. Yes. All right.
Does
Okay.
anyone else notice that these men are looking at us on the green
Yes.
eyes?
They
Mhm.
appear
I
to
just thought that
be
was me.
Yeah.
mocking us.
That's what I thought. That's a very powerful thing.
It's very judgy. Jeff? Do either side of the stairs they're identical? They look the same going up either side.
They do, yeah. They look symmetrical, and they both, it's those kind of. You've been to a fancy house where it has those two kind of
Oh yeah,
spiral.
for sure. Yeah.
You've been to a
Pictures of
fancy
them.
house.
Oh no, but are you kidding? My apartment has stairways
Yeah.
like that.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. You've been to your house.
My 2-bedroom, somehow we built stairs into that.
Yeah, no, they're completely symmetrical. They both lead to this sort of landing platform where there is a doorway, a single door that leads into the second floor.
Right. Well, time
Is
of the essence.
Whitebeard still here with us?
Yeah, Whitebeard's there. Choran is there. Choran certainly looks anxious to keep going, and Whitebeard is looking around. Whitebeard's staring at these knights that seem to be staring back, and he goes, "Well, I suppose we've looked all around the first floor. There's only one thing left to do."
Indeed. Okay.
Jeff, I'm gonna take out a piece of cloth and just put it over one of the heads.
Okay. So
Just gonna cover it.
You toss a
explodes
cloth, and it lands on the bust of this night head, and you see that green glow seem to pass through the surface of the cloth. You know how you can see it, you put a flashlight in front of a blanket or something. That's kind of how it is. And the cloth and the head still seems to turn and look and watch you guys as you move through the room.
So it doesn't do anything.
I mean, it doesn't look like it's happy about it, but yeah.
These are fully fledged humanoid statues or just busts?
It's just a bust. It's just the sort of chest up, and they don't have any features that can be discerned as being what race it is. It is literally a helm that you would see a knight wear.
Yeah, I'm just scared of these guys walking. So
no.
So if you want me to break it.
No, I was just curious to see if it was going to do anything. It appears that it can see through cloth, so...
It has cloth vision.
Because if you tell me, I'll make it stop looking at you.
Look, I as much as this house has tried to attack us, I think it might be best if we don't damage as much as possible, because it might be a matter of persuasion when it comes to this lady. And the more we destroy her house, the less way we have.
I'm persuaded.
Right, good point. Okay, let's upward, shall we?
All right. So you guys
clearly waits for James to go first.
I'll go first.
Okay, I just want to make sure you go first this time.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It seems to be going well so far.
I got you, though. I'm right behind you.
Lily, do you still have your beers floating around your head? Your spirit guardians?
They're still there. My spiritual guardians should still be there for another
you have 5 or so minutes still left.
Yeah.
I still have a bardic inspiration left from Lily as well.
I think
so do I.
So does Ron, yeah.
My smoke methods are gonna just kind of flit around and mess with the beers in the air as we walk.
Do you want to send the methods just a little bit ahead of us? As sort of sacrificial whatever.
Oh, I almost got offended and then I remembered. That's why they're here.
Let's forget all the names that Argo gave.
No, that's exactly why you do, because then you can give them direction. George and Rebecca. They should do it.
We got Larry, George, Rebecca. I'm never going to remember all those names.
1 through 8 works fine for me.
Jeff,
I didn't even think about using numbers.
Fahima, that's why I go with inanimate objects like beer mugs.
Right.
All right. So I'll send the methods ahead of
James.
All right, Jeff,
I'll walk about 10 feet behind the methods. Sorry.
I'm gonna hand my flask of rum, not the liquor of the dead, which I already gave to Ugo, my flask of rum to Choran, and I'm going to nod as in
have some?
Yes.
So he looks at it, sniffs it for a second just to make sure that it's not actually the liquor of the dead, and then takes a swig. Thank you.
Do you want more?
I may need more soon. I'm a little worried about what we may find up there.
Yes. Why don't you keep that?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Choran.
I'll have a nip or two as well. He yanks it out of Choran's hand and takes a big swig and hands it back.
Choran.
Yes.
I don't know what we're going to find up there. I don't think any of us know what we're going to find up there, but I will say that it seems like dark things are afoot at this place, and I know it might get emotional for you or scary or sad, and we're here to support you. But if you're feeling, I don't know, like you're going to do anything major, maybe just check in with us, because emotions can come in hard when it has to do with your family. I know that.
You have shown me kindness and support, and I appreciate that. I just want them to be alive.
I know. Me too. All right.
All right, so I'll take this second to thank some of the folks that are giving us love. Those balloons, we appreciate them. Robin Up, Noob Master 69, Scoundrel Lovejoy, Angel Devilson, Anthropomorphic Muppet. There's your Muppet, Jared.
Yeah.
Aww.
The Wookiee King and others, thank you for the balloons. We appreciate those. They feel like applause, and we love them.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the methods go first. They go up the stairs. They run up the stairs. James following fairly closely behind. And as you hit the top of the stairs, there's smoke kind of trailing, hitting the walls, and they make it up to that portal. And as you hit the top into that landing area, James, you definitely roll me a perception check. Actually, you have advantage from Beau Busy that's countered by Grim Fated.
Thank you, Beau Busy and Grim Fated. 16.
Yeah, you definitely hear some noise coming from beyond the portal on that second floor now. Beyond, it's not a portal, is a
big door.
Charged word. It's just a doorway.
Okay.
But yeah, you through the doorway, it seems to be at the top of the stairs. There seems to be a wall directly beyond where you enter that is part of a hallway that goes left and right from your vision. There's a big window, pretty just off center from what you can see. And as you kind of hit that landing area, you can hear fairly clearly down the hallway to the right-hand side.
I try to hold up a hand in like a military fashion, but coming from James, it looks very strange. So he's sort of like,
apologetically military.
hang on. And I'll try and poke my head around and look to the right and see if I can see anything.
You want to try a stealth check? Is that what we're attempting?
Sure. Yes. Stealthily poke my head around. Yeah.
You have advantage from Scully as my homegirl.
Thank you, Scully.
Jeff, if anything comes his way, I'm going to try to pull him out of the
okay.
way.
That's
you can ready that
20.
action.
That's
Nat 20.
awesome.
Okay.
20.
Yeah. So you maintain really quiet. I mean, the smoke methods are around you, and there's smoke kind of swirling up. So you're not entirely confident that the smoke itself is contained in this area, but you are pretty certain that you maintain a position where you can't be seen, and you kind of poke your head around the corner, and you definitely see more of what you noticed in the first floor of this castle. It is a very nicely adorned, a beautiful, wealthy residence full of paintings and plants in vases and lovely things like that. Windows with window dressing. All of it, of course, having this sickly green, effervescent quality where it kind of shimmers and it doesn't seem firmly planted in the plane of reality you're on.
Right.
But the image as it lands is definitely of a very nice mansion, a castle. And standing to your right down the hallway goes a ways and then has a left turn. And as you peer around to your right, looking into that corner, as the hallway makes a corner, there is definitely a ghostly form that is shambling down the hallway.
Ooh.
Does it look like one? Okay.
You hear it.
All right. Does it look like any of the ones that we've seen prior to this?
It has a similar look and feel to the one that you met that turned your friends old. It looks like it's just kind of in servant's clothes. It looks like a humanoid form, but it's like Disney's Haunted Mansion. It looks like a person, but ghostly and translucent.
How far away is it from me right now?
Oh, I would guess 25 feet at least.
Okay, that's not far. Yeah.
But it's moving the opposite direction, right? So you come up the stairway.
Oh, it's moving away.
And it's moving down the hall to your right. There is a way to your right and to your left.
To the right. Okay, so I'm going to poke my head back and inform everybody. There's a ghost just about 30 feet to the right. Another one of those nasties that did the rapid aging. So
okay,
we
worked?
can either try and stay here and do some damage to it from here, or we can just go the other way. But I kind of don't like it. Let's go the other way. Okay, you think so? Yeah. I'm not sure we should let it get behind us in case, and leave it there unnoticed.
Well, I don't think I would survive being aged much more.
Right.
I could set up a smoke method sentry in the back to alert us if it's coming that way.
I'll go slowly puts up the dead liquor of the dead to his lips.
No.
It is now.
Hold off.
No.
And the liquor's not glowing yet. Yes,
No,
Jeff?
it is not. No,
Wait.
it's still dark and thick.
I just want to be clear. Drinking this is less painful than aging 40 years.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Let's just be very clear. If we do fight that, Civ and Uggo, you take a step back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Yes.
but if I drink this, then I'll be fine.
Okay, but I just don't want to take any chances.
That's
Right.
why I'm drinking it. Not take chances.
If I poke my head back and turn to the left, what do I see?
You see, again, the hallway basically is like a U shape, right? So you're at the bottom of this U, and you turn your head to the left, and you see it goes around the corner to the one direction. Actually, why don't I just show it to you? How about that? It would be so much easier. Why don't we go to the map room, ladies and gentlemen? The map room.
Mapping it up.
Well, check out the second floor of the Castle Rum.
Here it comes. Oh,
There it is. All right. So as you can see, there the green fog is just noting what you haven't uncovered yet.
Oh my god.
right.
Wisps of strange arcane energy, strange ethereal energies throughout this entire house. So directly to your left is a room. There's a door on that bottom hallway. You see the mist obscuring what is a room on either side of you, right? So if you went to the right, there'd be a room to the right. If you went to the left, there'd be a room to your left. And then around the corner, if you go to the right down the hallway and then turn right down the hallway continuing, there is a large room on the right and 3 small rooms on the left. And the same is true if you went to the right, you would see a large room on the right and another large room on your left. So there are a number of rooms in this second floor.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Then I will step out into the hallway and I will start like basically shepherding people to the left, basically keeping one eye on that ghost to our right.
He's not facing towards us.
He's
facing
kind
away.
of shambling down that hallway, and kind of as you guys are moving out, he's making to kind of turn left down the hallway, just moving as a ghost does, just sort of haunting the hallways,
I have an Eldritch Blast ready to blast him if he even so much as moves, but since he's not right now, I'm gonna try to shepherd everybody to the left side.
I'll step up.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I'll step up and I'll say, all right, Larry, George, Rebecca, Jeff, to the left, everyone else, to the right. Alert me if that ghost gets any closer to us.
I really hope Jeff survives.
You named one Jeff. That feels weird.
That was Ron, not me.
Did I name one Jeff? I don't remember naming one Jeff.
Oh, maybe I heard you say Jeff. Dang it! Did I name
Chet.
some?
I
No,
said
I
Chet.
named him Jeff. Oh, Chet.
They're all named Jeff now.
All right, so you see your mephits there. You see all your orange little mephits there.
Yeah. P.S. Map Room. Thank you so much for those mephits. They're awesome.
Yeah, they're pretty great. I also would like to point out, I don't know if you guys have noticed,
They're colored.
The minis, except for one, the minis have all been painted.
Yes, it's so cool.
Map Room, can we zoom in and check out the painted minis? Everyone except Civ, because we couldn't get a 50-year-old version of Civ done in time.
You had to go and make it complicated, Jared.
But look at how great these look. Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, James looks good.
James looks hot.
James has that I've been staying out in the woods for long periods of time. Look.
Jeremiah Johnson warlock.
Yeah.
Looks fierce. Like I am upset.
I mean,
I'm
just an
upset at them all.
incredible job that Map Room folks did,
good.
Greg did. It's all of the production folks knocking it out of the park. The Mephits there in the foreground, and then Civ in the back. He's still monochrome, but he will be painted next week. I'm told.
It's all good.
We also have Choron and Whitebeard with us. But man, I just wanted to take a second and admire how great that all. Look at the detail on Uggo's wall and the handle and the
hand.
color of digit there as James manifests.
I know,
digit.
that's so cool.
Isn't that rad? It's so good. Okay.
Yay, map room.
So I'm guarding our flank while everyone, I and the Mephits are guarding the back of us from that ghost turning around while everyone heads off to the left, hopefully.
And then as I pass by James, which room are we going in?
I don't know.
So there's a door. It's kind of hard to tell on this map, but there's a door to the bottom room there, about halfway down the length of that room, right? So where that green mist is, about halfway across, there's a door there. And then along if you continue down that hallway and make a right and move up the map, there are 3 doors, all on the left-hand side.
Okay.
Jeff, is the door on just to the left of us, is that door open or closed?
It is closed.
When I get up to it, I'll put my ear to take a listen.
Okay. Roll me a perception check. You have advantage from lightning hits twice, countered by Grim Fated.
That is an 18.
18. All right. So you lean your ear to the door, and you definitely hear back behind you down the other hallway, the ghost still shambling around. He's kind of making his turn around the corner there to the left, but you do not hear anything coming from the room upon which your ear is pressed.
I look down the hallway and I indicate to James that I point to the door in my ear.
Yes. Yeah. Go.
I try to open the door.
Okay. It opens freely to your hand. It doesn't seem to be locked.
Does the mug in my hand change color?
Well, you haven't entered the room yet, but
okay. I'm standing at the door as I open it, and I look at the mug. If the mug doesn't change, then I'll step into the door.
I'll go.
Okay.
Let me
So
go
if we
with
step
you.
into the room, map room, we can reveal that room and remove the fog.
I want to go with him, Jeff, just so my spirit guardians are right next to him.
Okay.
Makes sense. Yep. For sure.
So you can see it is a bedroom. I'll go if you step inside.
Yeah.
Then the liquor of the dead on your hip does seem to start to glow, a greenish color. It changes from this dark, thick, kind of oily color to a greenish, pale greenish glow, like much of the rest of the house.
Well, maybe it'll taste better. And I take a sip of it.
Oh, careful, I'll go.
So I'll go.
Yeah.
Immediately as you down it, of course, you need to roll your d6 of damage. You can roll a Constitution saving throw to try to have it, if you'd like. For that, you have advantage from Gorgon Played, countered by Grim Fated.
Ooh, rolling nice tonight. That's a 24.
That certainly saves.
Okay, and then I'll roll the d6. 1 point of damage.
All right. So it burns going down. You had enough of this stuff over the last however many hours that you kind of steel yourself against the pain, but it still burns going down. It still feels like death down your throat, coating your esophagus. Ugh, feels awful. But as soon as it hits your stomach, your eyes open wide and the whole room transforms. It looks the same as when you walked in so far as the items are all the same, but somehow they look less withered, younger. The room itself looks more well cared for, like you're looking back in time a bit. And you get that sense of that green wisp, like Frodo putting on the ring in Lord of the Rings, that crazy but through it you can see all of the detail of the room. And you stand there at the door looking around, and nothing is happening until through you, because you're standing in the doorway, through you, the door itself seems to open and a woman walks through the doorway and you, as if you're just sort of standing in this holographic image of it happening. She just moves right through you. She's dressed very nicely, and you definitely recognize her as being someone that was in one of the pictures that was on the first floor, one of the portraits that you saw above the desk. And she comes through that door frantic and out of breath. She closes the door and leans against it, heaving, clutching something tightly in her hand. And she tries to control her breathing, calming herself. And then she turns and listens at the door, listens through you. You're standing there in the doorway, and she leans through it, The door is open in your reality, but here you see it closed, and she is leaning against it, listening at the door, trying to control her breathing. And then she slowly looks down at her hand and unfurls her fingers. And in the palm there is a silver key. And then she closes her hand again, and she walks over across to that full-length mirror that's directly to your left in the room. She's still breathing hard. She still looks nervous. She looks at herself for a long moment in the mirror. And then she hears something and looks back at the door, looks back at you standing there. Is she looking at you? No, she looks at the door. And then she turns her gaze back to the mirror, and then slowly, defiantly, she steps into it. And as her body crosses through the plane of the mirror, and her foot disappears, the last thing through disappears into the mirror, that door that you're standing on, that you're standing in, starts to rattle. And then all of a sudden, you see the doorknob popping out of your body, just kind of, you're standing on it. It opens, the door opens, and you see a man dressed nicely. It looks like the man that was in the portraits down on the first floor. He throws the door open and he enters the room, looking around suspiciously, looking up and down, looking around, searching, looking underneath the bed. And then he gives up, leaves, and closes the door. And that's when the vision ends. And you're back, standing in an empty room.
Uggo?
Yeah.
Okay?
What?
Are you okay?
And I'm motioning everybody into the room. I don't want us standing out here in the hallway. I want us to be, everyone get into the room.
Uggo, are you okay?
Yeah. As well as okay as someone can be who aged 40 years that survived it and now is stuck in a haunted place. But
of course, I guess I was implying that was implied. Yeah. Whenever I ask you from now on if you've aged, that's implied because I know that's not great.
Okay. Makes sense. Makes total sense.
Yeah, the lady came in and she had a key in her hand, and then she went into the mirror, and the other guy came in and he was angry and couldn't find her.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can we all get into the room now? Can we all?
Jeff, I'm gonna escort Choran into the room, but then I'd like to stealth and peel around to the right.
Stealthily?
Yeah.
You can roll me a sneaky check, a stealth check. Sneakies. You have advantage from Baron Pike that was countered by Grim Fated.
Okay.
She was very afraid.
Of what?
I assume him.
The man?
Yeah. Well, she was listening at the door and seemed afraid, and then he came in all of a sudden, huffy puffy.
And she just walked into the mirror?
Yeah, maybe she was wizard, or maybe Key allowed her to do it.
Huh.
And Jeff, when I said that, I'm going to go up to the mirror and just place my hand on it.
Okay, Civ, tell me what you rolled.
29.
Okay, yeah. Woo! So you move. Everyone has moved into the room. Choran is following. Has been ushered in by Civ, and Whitebeard at this point has he's been through some stuff too. So he's kind of in a very un-Whitebeard way is deferring to the wizards, deferring to the magic users, because
it's about time.
He aged 30 years or 40 years himself, whatever it was. So everyone is kind of packed in this small little bedroom. Civ, when you walk down that hallway very stealthily, your foot falls, not even making a sound, you definitely hear the sounds of coming back. It sounds like it's coming back down that hallway headed this way, as if the ghost made an entire length, turned around, and is coming back, as if it's on patrol in some real sense.
I might have described what I was doing incorrectly. I didn't want to go down the tunnel with the ghost. I wanted to go down the hallway opposite of the ghost and peer around that corner.
Further to the left and then to the right.
My mistake.
Yeah.
So if you do that, then you definitely can see clearly. There's no ghost down that hallway. There are 3 doors to your left, as I said. You can see where the 3 mists are on our map. And then there is an open doorway on the right that doesn't have a door at all. And it's pretty clear, even from your position stealthily perched there, that room is a very large library. And it looks as if, roll me a perception check.
I'm sorry, a what?
Spells?
Advantage, disadvantage.
You have advantage from Scully as my homegirl, countered by Gorman Played.
Okay,
Books
thank
to
you.
read.
I got a net 1, so I see a whole lot of nothing. 6.
You're so concerned about staying hidden that you dare not peek your head around, but you can certainly see from this angle that it appears to be a library.
Okay. But I don't see anything down that rest of that hall.
No, but I mean, I think you guys can all hear the faintly. It sounds like it may be coming back down the hallway.
Right.
Ugo, as you stand in front of the mirror, you reach your hand out to it, and it goes through. You can see your hand almost looks like it has ended where the mirror begins.
So, Joe, Ugo wasn't really expecting that to happen. So it was more of a I'm going to put my weight on it, and if it goes through, he kind of would probably stumble a little into it.
Okay.
And I'll rush to grab him. I'll go. Be careful. Be careful.
So if you stumble into it, I mean, it goes all the way up to your arm and your shoulder. It is as if there is a no real plane there.
And there's no pain or anything in that involved?
There's no discomfort, no.
I rush up as well. Incredible. And I want to kind of scoot in there and stick my hand in too.
Everybody's touching the mirror. I mean, you see, as you walk up to the mirror, you see your reflection. You see Ugo's reflection. You see the reflection of the room behind you. It is a functioning mirror by all appearances, although one inside this strangely translucent house that seems to be fluctuating in between planes of reality.
But it's pretty normal given the rest of it. No,
yeah, but it does appear to work like a mirror. But Fahima, also, if you put your hand on it, your fingers, your palm, whatever, it seems to pass through, and it's like putting your hand into water that you can't see through.
I have a question. I speak Primordial, and I know that there are dialects of Primordial. One is Ignan, which is the fire.
Fire one, yeah.
Can Fahima understand Ignan?
I think so. Isn't that what? If she understands Primordial, each one is its own.
She can understand all of them.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, I would think she can understand Ignan. Sure.
Okay, so the smoke methods speak Ignan, so I want to send one through and tell him to report back to me. So, all right, I'll go.
Dandy.
Do you want to choose which one?
Which one? What?
I'm gonna send one through the mirror to check it out.
Oh, I choose me, and Ugo steps through.
Ugo. All right, I send Larry.
Larry and Ugo go through the mirror, and Ugo, as you walk through the mirror, you walk out and you see. It looks like you've walked into the same room that you walked into, except none of your friends are here. And then for a second you realize, wait a minute, no, this isn't the exact same room. It looks very similar, but it has some features that are very different. And you realize that you've walked out of another mirror in another room. We can pull back here on the map room and reveal.
It's a full clue board.
It's a full clue.
It's a secret passageway.
Oh my god.
So you've walked into this room. The bad news is,
oh no,
there's a ghost in this room.
Yeah.
Oh no!
I was gonna say, is there a length of rope and is like Mr. Colonel Mustard sitting in the corner?
Let's roll initiative.
Is there a candlestick nearby?
Let's roll initiative. So far, only Ugo knows this is happening. Larry is also there.
Do you want us all to roll, or do you want us to just wait until something happens that would alert us?
I would think that you guys certainly have no clue that there is any danger at this. I mean, there's danger all around, obviously, but there's no clue that there's any fight that has broken out.
Sure.
Do you want us to roll initiative regardless?
It's probably useful to do that just in case we have to go back to it. Might as well do it all in one go.
For sure.
But of course,
Larry and Ugo got this. Who are we kidding?
Let's take a second and thank the folks that are giving us balloons. Joker38, Goofus McDorkle, which is my new favorite handle. Goofus McDorkle. I love a good Scottish dorkle. JT Justice, Hobson315, Snake Lady 101, King Daddy 99, Vane Dead, and others. Lots of new names there.
New names.
Yeah. Welcome, new folks.
Indeed.
Thank you. Also, for rolling initiative, we have some advantages and disadvantages. Civ, you have advantage from Angel Devilson, countered by Grim-Fated.
Thank you.
FEMA, you have advantage from Storm of Blades, countered by Grim-Fated. James, you have advantage from Grim-Fated, countered by Grim-Fated. I love that.
That adds up, yep.
Ugo, you have advantage from Damon 7, countered by Grim-Fated. And Lily, you have advantage from Scully as my homegirl, countered by Grim-Fated.
Oh, so close. Okay.
And I have advantage from Changebox, countered by Cosmic Lord 09.
Oh.
That's new.
All right.
I got a 15.
I'm just gonna start firing Eldritch Blast through the mirror and see what happens.
Ugo, what did you get?
I did not roll that well. I got a 16.
Civ?
17?
Fahima also got a 17, and the Mephits got an 18.
Nice. 11 for me.
11 for James.
For sake of ease, Jeff, just put me, have Fahima and the Mephits go before me. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Even though normally I would beat Fahima, go ahead and have
with
her
your
go
decks.
yeah.
Okay.
Since it's going to be like, I need to tell y'all anyway.
Yeah.
It's funny because the Mephics are going to go before anybody.
Nice.
Good.
Let's see what Choron though.
This is like helpful metagaming.
Way to go, Mephits.
Mepha gaming.
There it is.
Mephit gaming.
Good. We have a reason that we all know this is happening.
Well, and if
I don't
there's an
think Lily
in-play
would
reason,
let Ugo stay in a mirror.
For more than a couple
worried.
seconds.
Yeah, very worried.
It's fine.
What's definitely happening right now is Whitebeard is going, where did he go? And Choron is like, you just let him go through there?
You don't really control what Ugo does.
He's a fully grown orc.
Yeah.
He sort of does what he wants.
Ugo does what Ugo does, and then we work around it.
All right, so I think the
Put that on a
method.
t-shirt.
The method is awaiting instructions, right? The method's not gonna. The method goes first, but I don't think the method's just gonna attack this ghost, right? Fahima?
Well, they'll be my commands, and they have their own initiative. So his direct. I mean, man, Larry, I feel so bad. Now he has a gender and a name.
Yes, pronouns.
Pronoun and a name. Larry is his directive was to tell me what's going on. So he's gonna zoom back through the mirror. Explain to me. I would love to hear what that sounds like, Jeff. What Larry sounds like speaking in Ignan.
Something like that.
Something like that.
I don't think they're very smart.
Although I think Ignan sounds like.
Yeah.
Right.
So what's a cute
fire crackles?
What's a cute version of Ignan?
It's a match. It's just a match.
Yeah, just
That's right.
Yeah.
And so he lets everybody else know what's happening, and I guess on Fahima's turn, I'll turn to everybody unless I can just do it now and explain that Ugo went into a different room and there's a ghost.
Yeah,
And-
it is your turn now, so.
Oh, I'm right after them? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so they will, I'll explain to everybody, okay, apparently there's a ghost.
Oh,
Normally I'd say perhaps we should wait and see and maybe talk to them, but that doesn't seem to be going so well for us, so I think we need to go in there. So the Mephits will zoom through the mirror all together.
Send them all in. Send in.
Well,
Mephit.
if the Mephits are going on their turn, so if you're talking on your turn, then we have moved to your turn, right? So if we would have left the Mephits' turn.
Oh,
right?
well, I mean, then I guess, Fahima doesn't say that yet, but she'll say that after this happens. So they spoke to Fahima, so she'll command the remaining Mephits to zoom in. And
So on their next turn, they'll take
Yes.
that order and do it.
Right.
That's what she said.
no, their initiative is first, so they do this.
But he's saying that they've switched to your turn.
Right. If we had the Mephit, you had a Mephit go through the thing, it found bad stuff, it came back and reported to you, and that completed the Mephit's turn.
That was only one of the 8 of them.
Right, but in order for that Mephit to have gone on its turn, I don't think that you would then be able to take that.
But I commanded it before my turn, before we even rolled initiative. It just seems like we would skip their entire turn. But it's the second command.
It's the second command for them when you tell them to all go through the mirror that you take on your turn, where their turn is already over.
That doesn't make any sense though, because they normally fight. They have their own initiative and they fight and they take action. So it doesn't take my action or my turn to tell them what to do.
The point I'm trying to make is that in order for you to have made the decision to then make them go fight, you have to have done something. Right? It's not if we're in a normal fight situation and you're fighting and you're like, we're fighting, and you go, Mephits, go kill, and they go kill. But in this situation, you had to get a Mephit to report back to you, and then you had to do something and then make a new decision, right?
Right.
I still don't think that makes any sense.
The only reason that I'm being a stickler about this is because you made the decision to have one Mephit go and do something. So that Mephit has done something. That took up the Mephit's turn, right? There wasn't hey, one Mephit's going to go do something and the rest of them aren't. It was one Mephit's going to go do something and the rest of them are going to wait. That was their turns, right?
But their turn wasn't in the initiative order.
Yes, so, it was. They went first.
But I didn't tell the Mephit to go through the mirror with Uggo before we did initiative. So, I mean, if we're going to say we have to skip the Mephit's turn, whatever, I don't think that's...
It's not skipping
I think they should get their turn.
They were 18. They went first, and now it was your turn.
They haven't done anything yet. All he's done is gone back through the mirror to tell Fahima what to do.
They function as one creature. So if you give one of them a command, you give all of them the same command, essentially. So all of them stay, except for the one that came back through and did the command you gave it.
That's right.
So
So now it's your turn.
Moves, and tells Fahima he's going to use the rest of his movement to move back and take an action, or is his action telling Fahima what's up?
I would say his action is telling Fahima what's up, right? Because then you need to give it a new command. The command that it's acting on its action is to report back to you, right? That's the command you gave it. That's the command it acted on. Now you have new information and you can issue a new command on another turn of it, right?
Okay, so Fahima goes through the mirror.
Cool.
And says, Mephits, come with me.
Okay, and they will on their turn.
Okay, and she will
go through the mirror and come out the other side into the other room.
Yeah.
And you see, and you see Uggo standing there and a ghost. This room, you notice as you enter it, is very similar but not identical to the room you were into. Same size, same shape, same sort of mirror image, but it's got some notable differences. One of which is that there's a big ghost in the middle of it.
Big difference.
Yeah.
And an Uggo whose face is just...
All right, what would you like to do, Afima?
I am going to... I am going to hold my action and stand. I'm going to hold shield. Hold shield? Yeah.
You don't have to. You don't have to.
I don't have to. Oh, because it's a reaction. It's a reaction. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna hold. I'm not gonna attack this ghost yet. But I would like to, I don't know, provide some assistance to Uggo, and I guess maybe I'll conjure a blindfold for Uggo. That's what I'll do.
Oh,
all right.
Interesting. Okay.
And I'll just hold it out in case you want it.
Sounds good. Okay, we're up to Civ. Civ, you have seen a Mephit come back very alarmed and go, and then Fahima look shocked and then leap into the mirror.
Yeah, I think I would have.
I guess she reported that it had seen a ghost in there. Right?
Yeah, I think I would have, after I kind of peered around that corner, come back to the room to tell everybody what I found, and then I'd see people running through a mirror. So I would kind of piece that together.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It's a tough call, right?
I know.
Yeah, I just don't see me running through a mirror right now.
And we don't know, and we actually, not to metagame, we don't know where the other side of that mirror is.
Yeah.
And we don't know if it's hostile. Like, there's so many things.
I'm gonna... Oh, man. Did I see... This is a good question, Jeff. Did I see, when I went back to the room, when I looked down the hallway, did I still see the ghost? Did I see a ghost?
In the hallway, yes. This is a second ghost.
Wow.
Careful, buddy.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I can't, I'll die. So
Yeah.
I just walk over to Choran and I'm going to grab his arm and say, we're not going anywhere.
Fair. Totally fair.
All right. And that actually brings us to Choran's turn, who looks at you and go, but your friends.
No. They can take care of it themselves.
And he clutches the branch that he's using as a weapon and just stands and readies an attack in case something else comes out of that mirror.
I'm sorry. I am. But I cannot be aged again.
And Whitebeard, who comes up next, plops himself down on the bed, just sits on the bed and pulls out that rum that you had given, or grabs that rum that you had given to Choran from him again, and takes another swig and goes, I'm fine waiting here if you want to take care of it. All right, we're up to Uggo's turn.
Uggo hears what Fahima and offering him the blindfold, and he just sort of looks at her and goes, mirror or ghost? You want to go in the mirror or you want to go attack the ghost?
You can talk freely.
Fahima.
Jess.
What? I say mirror.
Okay. Uggo tries to pick up Fahima and go through the mirror.
No, I don't want to be picked up.
Okay, she resists, then, oh, well, I thought you want to go through the mirror.
I thought you.
Fine.
I thought you were talking to yourself.
Oh boy. Okay, here we go.
Okay, Uggo, are you going through the mirror?
No, when I try to pick her up and she doesn't go, he's confused at what we're doing and gets angry and starts, fine, ghost it is, and rages.
Okay.
So bonus action to rage.
Yes.
And then 5-foot step and attack ghost.
All right.
This is with the burning branch thing?
Swinging with that burning log that you're wielding?
Yes.
All right.
Magical burning log.
Your attack, you do have advantage from Grim Fated, countered by Grim Fated. We love you,
I
Grim
have 2
Fated.
attacks, so I'm going to take both attacks.
The second one is just a straight roll.
The first one misses, I assume, with a 12?
Yes.
Yes, 12. And then the second one is a 21.
That's a hit.
Nice.
Okay. And I roll max damage for plus I am raging, so it's going to be 13 plus 1 fire.
So 14 points of damage?
1 fire. Yep. Yes.
Wow. Nice.
All right, so you swing this log that has been picked up from within this vision. It serves as sort of a club, but it is glowing green. It is burning in your hands, although you don't feel any danger. And you swing it wildly at this thing, and it makes contact where it should pass right through a ghost, where you saw your maul outside pass through a ghost. This magical log that is burning makes contact with this thing, and it clocks it, and it goes, and you see fire and sparks, green embers blast against the side of its ghostly face, and it takes a big brunt of that blow.
And Uggo screams, yes, Fahima, we kill! Yeah!
The second swing, of course, misses. We are
That's some log.
We are up to Lily.
Okay, so having seen Fahima and Uggo go through this mirror, and I'm very worried about Uggo because of all the ghost stuff. So not sure how mirrors that you walk through work. I'm gonna hold my breath. So I'll take a big breath in and plug my nose. like I'm diving into the deep end of a pool, and close my eyes because I just don't know what's happened, and kind of go through like that.
Yeah, and you feel a strange sensation as you step forward, and where you feel like your foot should hit something, you land a little farther, and it lands on the floor of this other room.
And then how far in front of me is, how far away is that?
About 10
really
5,
close.
10, 15 feet.
So I will run up to get within range, so those spiritual guardians are around. I'll go.
Okay.
And then just like instinctually, I think I still have movement here, or my action, I will just viciously mock the ghost because I so much happened just now.
All right.
I'll instinctually insult it.
You know, what are you gonna do? So that's a wisdom save throw.
So you got to roll your spiritual guardian's damage as well.
Okay. I will do that.
And for the vicious mockery, it has to roll a wisdom save, right?
Yep.
It does.
So I have advantage from change box.
It has to roll 2 wisdom saves, one for the spirit guardians, one for the vicious mock.
I had advantage, and I rolled a 4 and a 2.
Nice.
And I have advantage from change box on my next roll as well. That's better. Another 2. But the first one was a 15.
Which one was which? 15 will save on either.
So the first one, I'm guessing the first one is the spiritual guardians, because that would happen first, and then the vicious mockery is the second one.
Okay, so spirit guardians does 15 points of damage.
Whoa!
Nice. Radiant damage. Radiant damage.
Oh yeah, radiant damage.
Suck it, ghost.
Yeah, exactly. And then vicious mockery fails miserably. But what I said was, you got to pick a plane. You're either on this plane or you're not. But if you're gonna fight us like someone here.
No more mother flipping ghosts on this mother flipping plane, right?
Exactly.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Deep cut.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't penetrate the ghost.
So as you run forward to it, yelling your insults, your spiritual guardians, which are these 2 jovial beach gnome mugs full of pine rumple, start going no, and smack into the thing, and it's like, and it certainly has caused it a lot of pain. This brilliant, bright, radiant light piercing its thinly veiled skin. It looks like it pierces right through it. It's that moment in like at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark, when the light shines through the spirits as the ark is opened.
Yeah.
I think at that point I was in front of Uggo, and then when that happens, I kind of slowly go a little bit behind Uggo. And I'm still there, but
I'm still kind of limply holding out that handkerchief or the blindfold.
Anybody want to blindfold?
Does anybody would not want to turn old again?
James, you are up.
Okay, first question. Uggo is raging and Lily's yelling insults. Do I hear them down the hall?
I would guess that you probably could hear some sort of something, but probably not clear as to what it is. Well, actually, roll a perception check. We'll see how you do.
Okay, cool.
You do have advantage from Marshapotamus.
Thank you, Marshapotamus. Yeah. Oh, wow. It's another nat 20. Wow.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Okay, you do. Yeah, it's you perk up and you hear not through the mirror. The mirror doesn't seem to be emitting any sound or noise, but certainly through the walls, down the hallway, there seems to be some shouting and commotion that you certainly recognize as being your friends.
Okay, so I'm sort of talking it out. Okay, so the mirror probably leads to another room going that way. Oh no. And I bust out the door of the hallway. Do I see the ghost in the hallway?
Yes.
Boom, boom, Eldritch Blast.
On that ghost?
Yes,
Okay.
on the hallway ghost, because I do not want another ghost walking into that room and flanking my friends.
All right, so map room, I would guess that ghost is probably 3 or 4 squares farther down the hall at this point, closer to James. And James, you have advantage from Shayberry on your first Eldritch Blast and advantage from Kaibuck on your second.
Okay, the first one is a 23 to hit.
It hits.
And the second one is a 19 to hit.
Also hits.
Yes. All right, here we go. Where are you, D10s? Here we 27 points of force damage.
Wow.
Woof.
On that ghost in the hallway.
So this ghost is okay, and it looks up at you and it sees you and its eyes get wide, and then you unleash these bolts of arcane energy, purple glowing flashes emit from your fingers and go shooting down the hallway, illuminating the green walls with this purplish glow as it goes down, and it hits with force damage right into the center of this ghost, which goes and it is shocked and impacted greatly by the arcane blasts.
Okay.
So now we are at Ghost's turn, unless you want to do anything else.
No. Yeah, I'll duck back in the room.
Yeah. I was surprised your friends didn't run back through the mirror.
Well, somebody tried to.
All right. So you duck back in the room, unaware of what is happening. And you close the door behind you, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Okay, so in room 2 over here with Fahima and Ugo, we have the first ghost to go, and it is going to reach out its creepy fingers and touch Ugo and attempt to wither him.
Ooh, what does that do?
Withering touch.
It's a withering touch. I have advantage from Grim Fated that was countered by J Freak, but I rolled a 19 for 24.
Yeah, that hits for sure.
All right, so oh boy,
Wuthering Heights. That's every ghost's favorite book.
I'll go turns into a proper British gentleman all of a sudden.
17 points.
Cheerio.
17 points of necrotic damage.
17. Ouch.
So this thing that you just smashed with this burning log of magical energy reaches out and tries to touch you, and it lays its creepy ghostly fingertips on your shoulder, and as you feel it, it just touches your shoulder and looks at you in the eye, and you feel this intense pain as your whole body seems to burn, and you are reminded of that feeling of aging. It's as if your skin is progressing closer to entropy. It is just burning and scalding, and the cells in your shoulder are dying. That will, let's see, actually can move. And
necrotic damage.
It is going to actually it'll stay there. The other one though, as you guys are in that room looking, Choron waiting at the mirror, you guys see James leave the door. You hear, and then you see the door, and he runs back in and slams the door again. And
don't go out there.
And then you see, everybody's staring at the door. Choron's staring at the mirror. Everybody looking at that way. From the east wall.
Oh no!
Through the wall, the spirit passes through. It moves into the room past. Into kind of where those mephits are, moves close and reaches a hand out to touch Choron, who waits near the mirror. And I have advantage from Grim Fated on this one's withering touch. It's a natural 1, so it's the second. Oh, and I rolled a natural 1 and a natural 20.
Oh no!
Yeah, that's not good for him. That's double dice. That's a lot of pain.
No.
That's a lot of pain.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
Looks like Civ might have been.
That is 23 points of damage on Choron.
Oh.
That was a double hit, and I took 17.
Nope.
No, I rolled 2 1s and 2 2s on that roll. So
this is bad.
Choron he turns, holding this branch in front of the mirror, waiting for something to come out. This thing emerges from the wall, sort of through the pictures hanging on the wall, through the shelf that's there. It doesn't seem to be impeded by any physical substance. It just moves through and reaches out and touches Choran on the back of his neck. He doesn't even see it coming, and he goes, and he kind of falls to one knee as his life energy is sucked out of him. He is in very bad shape at this point.
No.
Okay.
So, Jeff, I know I didn't say that I was bodyguarding him, but that's more or less what I was doing when I was grabbing his arm. I obviously can't stop him from getting attacked, but can I at least pull him behind me as he's taking a knee, since I was kind of holding on to him? Or do I need to wait until my next turn?
I think on your turn you can certainly do that, yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
Because you hadn't readied an action.
One last quick thing. Since the ghost decided to the other ghost in the other room decided to stay inside Lily's spirit guardians, does he take the damage again?
Well, on his turn, right? It'll start. It procs on his turn.
You used his turn. The other guy. He took it the
procs
first
on
time
his
he
turn.
entered.
Yeah.
Oh, right, because when he enters for the first time with Lily, and then the second time,
he did not move out of it.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah, he will for sure. Although he probably would have motivated him to leave, but I didn't think of that.
Well,
so.
he doesn't take damage when she enters the room. He only takes damage the first time it's his turn, which was just his turn.
Oh, so we'll use that
Took
damage.
the damage
I thought
already.
it
Would be the next turn.
I thought it was the first time entering it and then at the top of your turn. That's not it?
No, that's what we were discussing the other week. It's a strange wording for this particular spirit guidance, but the intent is that you cast it and then the damage is done at the top of the character's turn.
All right, well then he'll have taken that damage that we already rolled, so that
There's
works
great
out for him.
debates online about the wording of this particular spell, which is why I'm like, whatever you want to do, Jeff, is fine, because it's like very confusing.
It makes more sense if you do something active to have it happen on your turn at least the first time, and then
I
it's
agree.
still there.
I agree. But
as long as it takes it at the top of its next turn, and
the reasoning is a protection. It's a protection, so you can't bounce around on your turn and just and like damage a whole group of people. Is I guess the defense.
That does make sense. Yeah.
All right. Well stated, Lily.
Thank you, Katie. So those are the ghosts. We are back to the top of the round, which is Mephits. So I'm guessing it's going to be Mephit Party.
Yeah, Mephit Party.
Mephit Party USA.
So I guess
party like a Mephit Party.
The way we've been playing this kind of changes things, because the Mephits that are in this room now, because Fahima commanded them on her last turn to move through the mirror, they have to do that regardless of what they've seen. Yes.
No. You can command them on their turn. They will move based on what you want them to do on their turn. That's why they have a place in the initiative order. On their turn, you get to decide what they do. I'm saying that what you commanded was, hey, go in that room and report back to me, and it did. You don't get to make a second command to it if it then reported back to you, you got new information, and you now make a new, because then that's Fahima doing something, right? That was the only issue with that previous one.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I guess we'll talk about it at intermission. So
go to the principal's office.
We'll have a chat during intermission. DM, I'll tell you what's up.
DM's always right. That's the #1 rule of Dungeons and Dragons.
I know.
You're just trying to get magic items.
I'll be good, I swear. Just give me a carpet of flying. I'll be good, I swear.
The Mephits can do whatever you choose for them to do on their turn. That's why they have a turn.
Can I command 3 out of the remaining 7 to attack one ghost, and the others to use their movement and move through the mirror and attack the other ghost?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm gonna do that.
Nice.
So 4 smoke Mephits we'll just start here because the map's already here. They will use their claw attack. Actually, will you allow me to do like 3 attacks, 3 claw attacks, and then 1 with their Cinder breath attack?
I mean, if you have enough Mephits to make this all happen, then use the Mephits however you want. If each of them gets an attack, right? So divvy it up however you want.
Okay. Yeah, so 3 will do the claw attack on this first ghost. So they need to roll to hit.
Don't light the room on fire.
Shall I just roll the 3 as 1 attack?
Sure. Okay. I mean, I think they would have, let's just do it, streamline
just
it.
So it's like faster. Okay, so 19 plus 4 to hit. Yay!
Mm-hmm.
So that's 1d4 plus 2 each slashing damage. So it's 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 slashing.
Okay.
And then the fourth of the 8 will do its Cinder Breath attack, which is a if it can, it's a 15-foot cone, so he would move around and cone it, towards, away from the allies. And that if you can, the ghost will roll a DC 10 Dex saving throw or be blinded until the end of the Mephit's next turn.
Okay.
Oh.
I have
unless it's immune. It might be immune to blinded. Ooh, I didn't think of that.
Oh yeah, let's look at that.
Its eyes aren't real.
Yeah, I could call on the possible.
What a great skill, being immune
It is
to being
not,
blinded.
and not immune to blinded.
Oh, good. Whew.
This is what type of damage? Fire?
No, this is just to blind them. The fourth method will try to blind.
But the first attack was
slashing.
Slashing?
Yes.
Does it count as a magical attack as if they're magical
I don't know.
creatures?
I mean, I think that's up to you. It doesn't say anything about that on there.
Do you guys have any experience with that?
Usually, no.
Oh, then I can half the damage.
Unless it says they count as magical weapons or something. If it doesn't say, then...
Right. Okay, so they are not immune to blind. So what is the? It's a wisdom save. Is that what you said?
Dex save 10.
Dex save. Oh, I had advantage from Grim Fated countered by Don't Hate Fahima, and it was I got a 14.
Oh, it saved. Okay, so it's not blinded.
Okay.
All right, so moving to the other room, we'll do the same attack. So I'll roll to hit with the claws. That's a natural 20. Ah!
Nice.
Get it.
So I'm doubling the damage in total, or just the roll?
Just the dice. Double the dice.
Double the dice. Okay.
Yeah.
So 1, 5, 9. So double that is 18. Plus 6 is
24.
24 slashing, and then roll me a DC 10 Dex check for blinding.
Well, before it even gets to blinding, slashing at this ghost seems to disapparate in midair and becomes just kind of, you've destroyed this thing.
Yay! Good job, Mephits.
Although you're not even, I guess you are in that room, so yeah, you saw it happen.
Whew.
All right, so that has happened. That completes the Mephit's turn, right? Fahima, it's your turn.
Yes. Okay, so Fahima, look around. Hanky is still in the hand. Okay, then. And she's gonna move back through the mirror.
Okay.
To the other room. And call the Mephits with her.
All right.
So, I now see.
I think as you come out, it would probably be able to have. Well, you have to leave its area, right? To not have. Yeah. So no. So you come out and you see Choran there kneeling down. It looks like the ghost standing right over him, putting his hand on Choran's shoulder.
Oh boy. Okay. So I need to hit this ghosty ghost with some damage that will hit. Yeah, I'll do.
Do we get the sense if fire does normal damage to it, or if it's resistant? Have we gotten that sense yet?
I haven't
you
even
have
tried
not
fire.
tried any fire yet.
Yeah, I haven't tried fire.
Uggo's club damaged it.
That's true. Uggo's club did damage it.
Yeah, well, we know for sure that force damage gets them. So I'll do another magic missile.
Okay.
How hurt does the ghost look?
I mean, it's a ghost. It's hard to tell, but it certainly looks distressed.
Is it nearly headless yet?
It's taken a fair amount of damage. I whacked
played,
it
Jess,
real
well
hard.
Okay. Well, just to be safe, I'll just cast magic missile at second level.
I think you are within 5 feet of it, yes? Does it look like that on our map?
Yeah, the mirror's right there.
So you would take a disadvantage from...
I'll just move
But
back.
it's magic missile.
It hits anyway. It doesn't matter.
Attack,
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It
It's
doesn't
not a
matter.
range attack.
Of course.
It just does damage.
Of course.
Shotgun blast.
Nice. All right, so roll your damage
Finger
on magic
guns.
missile. By the way, I want to thank folks who've been giving us Balloons, Guyvox, Pytyrus Stormblade, a mysterious robot, Pathogen Jester, Melodies of Old, Cat the Mage, Snebugator, and others. Thank you so much for those. We appreciate them.
All right. That is. Oh, shoot, I lost it. Where is it? 5, 6. Dang, really bad. 7, 8, plus
12.
4, 12. Another 4, 12. 4, 12 damage. 12 force damage.
12 force damage? All right. So that is... Yeah, that is enough to take it down. So you unleash these through magic missiles as you pop through, you emerge from this mirror and immediately see this ghost, and you go and it again and disapparates, and the ghost seems to no longer be in this room.
Yeah, definitely getting the feeling that we can't talk to these ghosts.
Definitely not.
I'm going to grab Choran and drag him over to the bed and lay him down on the bed, and I'm going to be screaming, Lily!
And Choran is like,
we need healing now.
Fahima, can I just go through there, and I will duck my head through. Lily, please, we need you.
Lily, you see through the mirror this James head that pops out, and it's just a head and a mirror, and he says, Lily, we need you.
Choran is hurt. Please, come on.
Meanwhile, you see Uggo, basically a lot of his blood is just dumped on the floor, and he's himself very hurt.
Is that ghost
It's
gone?
okay. Go take care of Choran. I'll be fine.
Yeah, we got them. Yes.
Is the ghost that there's no longer a ghost in front of me and Uggo, right?
That's right. They've both been vanquished.
I just couldn't see that. Okay. Uggo, come with me. Okay, we can do both of you. Let's go.
Okay. I'll be right there. And Uggo starts looking around the room for a key.
Uggo, no. Uggo, you come. I'll stay here, and I'll investigate this room.
Uggo, as the ghost was extinguished, again, that change happens to your container of Liquor of the Dead. It becomes green and a little glowy.
I am okay. And he takes a sip of the Liquor of the Dead.
All right, again.
Man.
Con save. You have advantage from a Silent Watcher. A Silent Watcher. Oh, thank you, Silent Watcher. That's your con save, and then a d6 of damage halved if you make the save.
Please be careful with that stuff.
Okay, the save was 19.
That saves.
And I take 1 damage.
Okay.
And he drinks it down and he says, it's fine. The ghost hurt a lot more than this stuff does.
Yes.
Yeah.
So again, it burns, but you're getting used to it, Uggo, and you have the same phenomenon happen where your vision immediately changes. Everyone in the room disappears, and all you see is this older version of the room, and that same wispy green swirling all around you. And again, you stand there looking around the room, nothing happening for a moment. And then out of the mirror, out of where your friends had emerged, out from where you emerge, you see a woman step through as if having just left the scene you witnessed before in the first room. And she is clutching that silver key. She walks around to the front of the easel that sits in this room. There's an easel, a board with looks like a canvas propped up on an easel. And she looks at it and then goes around to the back and slips the key into this little pocket sewn into the back of the canvas. The picture you can see from your perspective, Uggo, unfinished. It looks like it is the beginning of a portrait of a family, but it is unfinished at this point. And as she pockets the key and then kind of calms herself and slowly walks out of the room.
Out of the door that's in that room.
Out of the door that's in the room, yeah. And that's where the vision fades.
Yeah, so when the vision fades, is the canvas still there?
Canvas was there the entire time.
Okay. Is it still not finished? Is it still not finished canvas?
No, it is a blank canvas at this point.
Yeah, I'll go look around on that back end of that canvas and see if there's a key there.
Yes, there is indeed a pocket on that canvas and a key in that pocket. It is in just the same way that these visions left something material, the canvas itself doesn't seem material. In fact, it seems odd that it would be blank now. It looks like it's a completely different canvas than the one you saw in the vision, and yet the key remains from the vision, and you pull it out and you have this silver key in your hand.
And I hand it out to James.
I'll take it. Is this... Wait, was the unfinished portrait that you saw in the vision, was it the one from downstairs? The one... Well, no, I only saw that, right?
It looked like a family was being painted.
Okay, well, this is good. This is good. This is important. Come on. And I'm pulling Uggo back through the mirror.
Yeah.
All right, so the two of you go through the mirror and emerge in that room with everyone. You see
Is Lily still in the room? Are you still in
Lily,
the room, Lily, or did you go to the other room?
I went through the mirror to go check on Sharon.
Okay. Yep. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, you see Civ with Choran on the bed. And the end of the bed, by the way, is still Whitebeard sitting calmly, looking at all of this craziness that happened and just sort of sitting there sipping the rum he took from Choran. And you see Lily and Civ with Choran lying on the bed. Lily, are you administering healing?
Yeah, I'll do Cure Wounds with him, and I already rolled it for 12 healing.
12, okay.
And then after I do that, I'm going to go over to Whitebeard and be like, Whitebeard, I need that bottle.
This
Yes.
this
it's
bottle
important.
of drink?
Yes.
Well, I was enjoying it.
Well, I need it, please.
All right.
And then I'll take it over and give Choran a drink.
Okay.
How bad does he look?
He just you're healing for 12, so he still seems to be a little worse for wear. He sits up in bed though. He's like, I can go on. I can go on.
I look over at James and I shake my head. They're going to pick us apart.
I need to do push-ups really bad.
You can see the back of Choran's neck where he has touched he has this silvery skin. It's beautiful, but in this stretch, even stretching down, even down on his shoulder and back behind where his shirt is, this dead, decayed flesh. It looks awful.
Lily, how much more healing do you have? How many more times can you cast that spell?
It depends on if I need to use any other spells.
I wish I could help you.
Don't cast anything else. Just save your healing, please.
Well, I might have to. I mean, I will try. I'll try.
How bad does Uggo look when he comes back through the mirror?
He looks pretty bad himself.
I'm just going to tap Lily on the arm or shoulder and then nod towards Uggo.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on. Okay. I have a healing potion, don't I? Yes, I do.
Save it in case something happens to Lily.
Okay, yes. Right.
I have one too. Uggo?
Now,
Do you want it?
No,
you keep it.
Civ is right. While Lily is awake and has the ability, we should use her healing, and then these potions of healing are an emergency only.
I want to walk out of the door with my methods surrounding me to see if there's any other danger immediately outside of the door in the hallway.
Okay. So you walk out through the door and these guys all around you, smoke billowing off of them. You look right, you look left. To your right, a long hallway that ends in a corner. To your left, shorter, also ends in a corner. In neither direction do you see anything that looks particularly...
No ghost guts?
No ghosts.
No ectoplasm.
That's actually a good question, Jeff. When the ghost passed through the wall, did it leave a trace, or when it disapparated, did it leave anything behind?
No,
or does it just completely vanish?
It seems to completely vanish. It ceases to be.
All right.
Emma, how are you on spells?
Good.
Okay.
Great.
James,
Actually.
I'm an Eldritch Blast machine until further notice.
I'm gonna pretend it makes sense to me. Okay.
No, anything more powerful than what you've seen, than Digit and Eldritch Blast, and if you give me 10 minutes to cast Detect Magic, anything more powerful than that, I'm not going to be much good.
Before all of this,
I'll
give you 14 points of healing.
Oh, thank you.
Before all of this went down, I just wanted to say I found a library.
Oh. You did? Where?
Yes. It's right around the corner.
Okay.
It's right around the corner, but before we all rush over there and read a bunch of books, like I just said, there's crack down the hallway to a couple crackheads.
Where?
I'm going to say we have to come up with a plan if there are more ghosts.
I can almost assume there will be.
I'm sorry to say that I hesitated again. I don't know. I keep thinking that we can talk to them, but I know I just need to kill them immediately now.
Stick diplomacy.
Agreed.
I got it. Stick diplomacy. It works really well.
Ugo.
Yeah.
I have a couple questions. It's both visions that you saw, both in this room and in the other room. Was when you saw the man that came through the door after her, was he dressed the way he was dressed for the dinner party downstairs? Was he dressed as if he had just come from a dinner party?
He looked fancy.
Okay, all right.
I did not see what he looked like before.
Okay.
Who did?
I start
trying to piece this all together.
I start inching my way further down the hallway, like furtively looking for the library.
He went when she
You
put the key
definitely-
I'm like
behind.
sniffing.
It's
Sniffing
not
for
far.
books.
It's right around the corner, and then there's an open doorway. So it would not take you far to get there.
Do we think an hour is out of the question?
Can we rest in the library?
I don't think we can necessarily rest, can we?
I don't know.
We could try to barricade ourselves, but the problem is these ghosts can just wander through the walls and pick us apart.
Yes, we just saw that.
Well, we must be nearly there, right? How big can this house be?
Pretty big.
Looks rather
It's a ghost
large.
house.
Yeah, as soon as I said it, I thought to myself, yeah, probably very big.
Choran,
Yes.
are you feeling like you can go on now?
Yes, of course. Nothing can stop me. I appreciate the care, but I want to find my family.
Well, from now on, you're going to have to stay behind me, my friend.
Absolutely.
From now on, I'm gonna stay behind all of you.
Fine.
All right.
Actually, I'll step back inside and say, well, to Chiron, while I can't heal you, I can offer you this. And he's not wearing armor, right?
No.
Okay, so I will cast mage armor on him.
Okay.
Can you do that and still have the methods?
Yeah, it's not concentration.
Mage armor is not concentration, thank goodness.
Right. So that gives him what?
He can't be wearing armor for me to cast it.
He's not. He's a prisoner. He's wearing cloth. So I'm sorry. You
Yeah, mage armor.
Plus what?
That is.
It makes his base AC 13.
13 plus
Dex.
Yes.
13 plus Dex. Okay.
For
cool.
8
Thank you.
hours.
Nice,
Cool.
Nice done, Fiend.
And you see him as you reach out and cast your spell, and that sheen, that glimmer, that little reflective coating that you catch just as the spell manifests. You see him notice it and go, "Thank you.
You're
I will
welcome.
try not to be a liability."
I'm sorry I didn't think of it sooner.
Fahima, why don't you send your mephits into the library as scouts? And if they come back and say they don't see anything, then we can all go into the library and take a brief break there.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, you heard the man. And they'll.
And they, trailing smoke all the way, they wander into the library. You are not watching them. They just kind of leave your view and go in there. Is that right?
Yeah, I can't communicate telepathically with them or anything like that. So, but I mean, so I don't lose them all in one fell swoop. A couple of them will stay outside of the door just in case.
Okay. All right. You.
We hear a big explosion.
You definitely
All right.
hear.
All of a sudden, smoke comes out from around the corner. Oh no!
I mean, that's you definitely hear some. You definitely hear some commotion from that room. You definitely hear some commotion from that room.
Uh-oh.
Hey, better to lose the Mephits than any of us.
Yeah, for sure. I'm waiting for them to report back to me.
It does say that if the Mephits don't have a command, they will defend themselves. I mean...
Yeah,
yes.
well, their command is to check it out and report back.
All right, so you see them run back. Let me roll some stuff.
They defend themselves from hostile creatures.
I know they do. What's their AC?
Should I have specified how many were in the room?
You said a couple were left behind.
I said a couple, yeah. AC is 10. 12.
All right, hang on.
Oh no.
Let me know if they die, because they have a death burst when they die.
Yeah.
Death burst.
Also, just because I want to know if my pseudo children are dead.
Why would you
Don't
call them your
call them
children?
that.
Why would
Yeah,
you
you
do that?
didn't even want to name them.
What are you doing?
I said pseudo children.
They need to roll dex saving throws. That's what it is. It's not attacks.
Roll
They
6
need to roll
dex
dex-
saving throws.
Yeah.
You
So
said dex saving
Yeah,
do
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, not death. No.
no, dex.
I was like, wow, we're already there. Okay.
That was fast.
Okay, so do you want me to roll once for all of them?
Yeah, just roll once. It's easier. We're not going to roll 6 of them.
Okay. Do I have any advantages or disadvantages?
Not for your. We weren't using those on
Right.
Fahima, not your.
They're separate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's really bad.
Shouldn't have rolled them all at once.
I think you do normally anyway. 9.
Yeah, that does not save. So I will roll this one. Actually, I rolled the same number 3 times. So 3 of them take 2 points of damage.
Okay.
And they come back, and you see them a little worse for wear, and they go books.
Books?
Yeah.
The books?
What, the books are hurting you? Oh, great.
Books.
Books
everywhere.
I look at James.
Like the plates.
Incredible magic, right?
Yes.
Right.
So it seems that in the library there are harmful books. So
Another poltergeist, maybe.
not the
Right.
best place to have a rest.
So if we're going to hold up, it would have to be here.
Right.
Otherwise, we move on and continue to fight.
I say we hold up here. It's tight, and if we absolutely need to, we can jump through the mirror and escape if something comes through the walls at us again.
I mean, if you guys need to rest, I can stay up.
I really wouldn't mind. Just an hour. I don't think we can take a full rest. I think
Yeah,
a
I
short
just need
rest.
to do a couple push-ups.
Okay, well,
To
I can stay on
recuperate.
watch.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Lily, don't we need more healing from you?
I can't get any more on a short rest. I need a long rest.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I can help keep watch as well, Lily. So
Okay.
you don't have to do it alone.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so what's the plan here? When you say keep watch, is it watching the door? Is it stepping outside the room and trying to watch the hallway?
I would
What is the plan?
recommend us standing like in the door jamb, in the door arch, with the door open, and then she can be looking one way, I can be looking the other, and then we can be panning back and forth the whole time, essentially acting as guards to this
Right.
room.
And I'll be resting close to, between the door and Whitebeard and Choron, basically, as kind of a if needing to jump into action, I will.
Okay.
But yeah, so
And we're going to stay here an hour to do a short rest. Is that correct?
yeah.
Right.
My steam methods will disappear.
Okay.
So,
I mean, my smoke methods. sorry.
Smoke methods.
so Civ and Lily, roll
And
me.
Spirit Guardians obviously will.
Yeah, Spirit Gardens. Yeah.
I think Spirit's Guardian's almost
Do you
gone
want
anyway.
to send your smoke methods into the library and try to destroy the poltergeist that's in there?
Take your hand, your face in my hands. Yes. So while we do our rest,
Happy trails, Smoke Methods. May you be victorious.
yeah, just I mean,
Bye,
before
Jeff.
before we
Hey,
Eric, Susan.
Because I have to maintain concentration on this, I do want to just kind of do this quickly before we take our rest. If they can't kill the whatever's in there before we take a short rest, then I'll have to sacrifice it, because I don't think I'll be able to take a short rest and maintain concentration, right?
No, you wouldn't be able to maintain concentration through a short rest.
Well,
but
the fight should go pretty quickly, in theory.
Yeah, it's 30 seconds. 30 seconds tops.
I mean, you could maintain your concentration through a short rest if you didn't want to have any effects of the rest. You know what I'm saying? You could either do one or the other is what I'm saying.
Can I, at the top of the short rest, just poke at whatever's in there? You know, do like a quick round, couple rounds that would take, 30 seconds to 60 seconds.
What happens is the thing that's in there is invisible, right? Smoke methods have a 10 intelligence. I think they're going to have a pretty difficult time coming up with a plan to try to find the invisible thing. And they get pelted with books and debris inside the.
They just go into like a horrible. They're like, we don't know why she sent us in here. What is happening here? Ow!
Well, they'll still definitely try to attack at disadvantage, and when they die, they the space becomes heavily obscured. So
okay.
Then that maybe help.
So yeah,
them.
I mean, over the course of this hour that you're, or whatever.
Just the minute at the top of the short rest.
Right.
Say again.
Just the minute before the short rest begins.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you're basically sending them in there to perish, is that the idea? And then they will explode and create a bunch of smoke in the room. That's the plan.
And hopefully knock this thing down a couple hit points in the process. Because
does the explosion cause damage or just causes a obscured vision?
Just obscured vision.
Yeah.
But they'll keep like claw attacks.
I mean, they're swinging around.
Like
they have nowhere to. They have no idea what there's trying to hit books that are hitting at them. They're trying really hard, but I don't think they're going to hit this invisible creature that's inside the room. But when they do,
it's like a haunted house version of a piñata.
It is. When they do explode, the room fills with smoke. Of course, you guys aren't there. Fahima, maybe you are outside the room and you can certainly see the outline of something in the smoke as you did down in the kitchen. Again, especially because the smoke is so thick now with all these creatures popping out of existence. Civ and Lily, roll me some perception checks for your sentry hour.
How many do you want?
Lily, you have advantage from Fallstar, countered by Grimfaded. Civ, you have advantage from Funky G Macman.
And just to be clear,
that's the one.
I am still doing a short rest. That was
okay. So you did that and you retreated back into the room.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Makes sense.
11.
11. And what did you get, Lily?
I'm looking only also an 11.
Okay. So as this hour passes, Whitebeard sitting impatiently on the bed, Choron trying to steel himself and not show any signs of weakness in front of any of you, impatient but clearly very injured still. Ugo dropping down, doing push-ups, the rest of you kind of calming yourselves, trying to get some rest. It is disconcerting to be in this place. It is not an easy place to find rest inside. You are looking at the walls and they are kind of vibrating with this inconsistency, this strange, you're not even sure, even those of you who are in the room when a ghost passed through them, you are not sure walls are any defense against anything in this place.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can we still see from where Civ and I are standing those guys, the green eyes?
No, those are on the first floor.
Okay.
Downstairs.
Yeah. So, those of you in the room who are trying to calm yourselves, trying to get into a place of restfulness and recovery, it is not easy because the walls themselves seem inconstant, they do not seem a shield to anything, especially because the creatures can move through what seems to be any walls, let alone these walls that are strangely vibrating and moving between states. But you try to remind yourselves that your companions are looking down the hallways, are keeping an eye out for you. Whitebeard even at a certain point kind of like dozes a little bit. He's trying to stay awake, but he's legit bored, at this point.
And by the way, Whitebeard talks, he has horrible sleep apnea too.
Yeah. It's a deviated septum.
Okay. We know you just wanted a nose job, Whitebeard.
Too real. I need a CPAP machine.
Lily.
Yes.
I think I know why we're here. I think I figured it out.
Why?
Why the amulet sent us here.
What is it?
It's to teach us all a lesson.
Okay.
Each one of us.
An individual lesson?
Yes. It took me a while to figure it out, but then I started thinking, instead of outside of my own body, what can I change? How can I affect Choron or Whitebeard? I went inward, and I realized what my lesson is. And I think I know...
What is it?
I think I know what each person's lesson is here.
What is it?
Well, I'm pretty sure that mine is to pay restitution for the things I've done in the past and to accept what I've done and who I am now.
You mean who you are as a better person now?
Right. I hope. And I think Fahima's is... She's always questioning herself and thinking that she's powerless in all these situations. And this is giving her the opportunity to prove that she's not.
Mm-hmm.
She's more powerful than any of us.
Yes.
I mean, she literally clicks her fingers together and summons creatures.
Yes.
And then stares at someone and little balls of light come out of her finger and destroys them.
Yes.
I cannot do that.
Me either.
And Ugo is always raging and angry, and I can tell he still thinks a lot about his family and his father.
Mm-hmm.
And Whitebeard is here. Whitebeard, the person he killed. The person he felt so terrible about killing back on the ship is alive now. It's like it's giving him a second chance.
To what?
To make amends. To come to terms with who he is. We're all learning a lesson. And you, my dear, you're learning, well, you have the greatest task out of all of us.
What's that?
I look around at everybody in the room. You chose us. You could have chosen anyone. You could be off on a mission with some paladins, as far as I'm concerned. You're beautiful and smart and very charming.
Oh, thank you.
And yet you chose murderers and thieves.
Well, I don't really see you that way.
But that's just it. You're coming to terms with that. Right?
Coming to terms with what? That you're murderers and thieves?
Yes, we killed the halflings. Do you see?
Yes, but I haven't come to terms with that.
I know. That's why you're here. You either accept us for who we are, or you try to change us. Either way, you have to come to terms with it.
Okay.
And I'm not quite sure about James, but I know leprechauns don't summon dark pits of darkness. So I'm pretty sure he has to come to terms with his patron.
Yes.
The dark creature that he works for or gains his powers from. And I haven't been able to figure it all out yet in my head. But if you think about it, we can't just be here for treasure. Even if we were to claim the treasure, once we go back to our original bodies, we wouldn't be able to take the treasure with us. And Whitebeard is going to die either way, so there's no point. The point is the lesson that we learn from being here.
I like that idea.
Well, it's either that or we're just here for rumors of treasure and to save a man and his family, which don't get me wrong, is respectful, but who knows what happens to them once that we leave this place?
True. Don't know.
They might not even be alive.
I think one thing I've learned being with you all is that a lot of things don't make sense. You know?
It's true.
Not to say that what you're saying isn't true. I very well think that could very well be true, and I see us all learning those lessons, but I've learned so many lessons along this journey. Not just from you or with you, but just about how the world works. There's so many things that happen differently than they happen in my isolated home. It's kind of crazy.
Yes, it is.
And I think what you're saying is very true. And I think we're all learning about ourselves. The things that make us angry, the things that make us happy, the things that make us sad. And those will probably evolve over time.
I just wanted you to know that I very much took what you said to heart. And I'm trying to change.
Which thing that I said?
Lily, you were very, very upset.
Yes.
And I know that there were other options. And I know that you look at those halfling sailors and you think of your family and your friends back on Bingle. Halflings and gnomes are not that different from one another.
True.
Well, I didn't realize that until you pointed it out. And it made me start to think. And it made me realize that I needed to stop looking outside of myself at Choron and Whitebeard in this silly situation that we're in, and start to question who I really am, why I'm here, and why we're doing all of this.
Yes. I think that's a good thing to question. And I'm glad to hear you say all those things, and there's so much for me to think about, you know? Because I haven't thought about it necessarily in the same way you have, but it's a good point to just, I guess the thing I keep coming back to is it's fun to think that we're heroes, and I think we have a responsibility to ourselves and to everyone to constantly keep ourselves in check, you know?
I never thought of myself as a hero. I want to be a hero, but it's a dream.
Yeah. I know. But you are a hero to many people.
I only care about one person's opinion right now.
Was it the ghost?
No.
Jeff,
Go
the minute I feel some semblance of power return after my hour-long short rest, I will come up behind Civ and try to cast a spell again.
Okay. You have advantage from Falstar.
Thank you, Falstar. DC 14.
Yep.
And I lean down to Civ and I say, I think we have quite enough scars to remember
Oh my
the things
gosh,
that we've
James.
done. I'm sorry.
We were having a very connected conversation, and
I didn't hear everything, I promise. 24. Thank God.
We're all in the same room, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, I heard everything. I was over here
It's
doing
not a
push-ups,
very
but
large
it was
room.
like,
I really tried to ignore
One
my
right there.
Hey,
I think it's a very good idea, so.
I have a confession to
I-
make, Civ. Maybe we weren't doing the best job keeping watch just now.
Yes.
And I put my shoulder down. I put my hand down on Civ's shoulder, and I see the dispel start to work. And I say, I think we have more than enough to remember this trip by without taking this with us.
And you see Civ, this grayed, older version of him, 30 years advanced in age, you see that start to change. The wrinkles in beneath his fur, around his eyes, start to smooth. His fur grayed at the temples starts to color itself back in. The whiskers shorten.
You're going to make a very handsome middle-aged cat one day. But not today.
Thank you, my friend.
And as he does that, and you look and James and Civ make eye contact, there is a noise from down the hallway to your left, from behind Civ. A very disconcerting banging noise. And that's where we're going to go to intermission. So, we have learned more about the second floor of Castle Rum. We have encountered more ghosts, and we have more rooms to uncover. We hope you stick with us for the second half. In the meantime, Araban is going to take care of you. Let me thank some of the folks giving us love over the last few minutes. Burr, Ice, Blightwind, A Silent Watcher, Doug in Texas, Sitar, Kin, Crapton Crunch. I love that one. Crapton Crunch. Brentley Moore and others. Thank you for those balloons. We love them. We appreciate you so much. We'll be back in just a few short minutes. We're going to reset, and we will see you on the flip side. Take it away, Araban.
Fear not, watchers. Our campaign will continue after this brief intermission, hopefully, because I do need to use the old resty, if you will. All right? Araban, please take care of us as corn unicorn. A corn unicorn. Ah, that is very sweet. Thank you so very much. Magic amulet. Well now. Yes? You called? All right. Ooh, this music is... Milo, thank you for this. Let me just take a moment and really take this in. Very jazzy. Oh, boy. Milo, would you like to do a little soft shoe for me? Maybe a dance or two? Well, fine then. Be that way. I'm loving the music. Lord A, your Delph-appointed fave. Oh, self-appointed. You're not using the right terminology. You are using Delph, where you're supposed to write self-appointed fave. You're loving this free-form jazz. I, too, am loving the free-form jazz. Paso Doble. Is that what this is? Midwestern surfer? Midwest surfer? Western. I can't even speak tonight. I'm having such a blast. And I'm super duper happy that you're all here with us. Lord, what secrets are you keeping? All of them. Corn unicorn. All of them. Lord Araban, say hello to my fiance at Trax. Your fiance? Oh, fiance! You're getting married! Shabery! Fantastic! And congratulations. It's amazing. People still get married now, Milo. Did you hear? It's 2020, and they're still becoming fiancés. Wow, I'm actually awake during a live intermission and can talk to Lord A. Front horn Timmy. Go for it. Fire horn Timmy? Hit me. Bulls make great wedding gifts. I was just being silly, Vince. Good news. Milo is dead. Yes, everyone can go ahead and give yourselves a hand. Actually, give Vince a hand because he is now a goner. Don't worry, we'll bring him back in just a moment. Wow, I am away. Oh, I already read that. I was trying to look for your name again there, Firehorn Tinny. I'm not seeing anything. All right, and hopefully we can bring Milo back in just a moment. I cast Revify on Milo. That one doesn't work, surprisingly, Don't Hate Fahima. I don't know why, but every time I try it, it simply just makes his head turn into a watermelon. I don't know why, but it does. Milo must release an awful stench upon death. Oh, D&D kid, he certainly does. I am usually at work at this point, but this week I am here. Trax, it is nice to have you, and congratulations on your upcoming nuptials. What made you into a lord? Well, Corn, the fact that you need to ask that question means that you're new here. Is that true? Maybe we should ask you a question, my good man or friend. What made you a unicorn? No, seriously, we're going to sit with that and let you answer. All right, Milo will return. He will return stronger. Paladin, yes, of course. We all know this. Corn Unicorn, that's just his first name. Well, that's just my first name, Lord. All right? Deal with it, folks. Why does it have to be that I'm a lord of anything? It's a strange first name, I know, but it's mine nonetheless. My name is Lord. That's short for Lordy Araban. Did I miss anything good? I got here for the best part of the show. Nimitz Blitz, you missed the beginning of a wonderful, wonderful show. And something that if you don't go back and watch it on the YouTubes later on, you'll be doing yourself a very large disservice. And by a disservice, I mean a disservice. It seems about right for an Enlithid, a first name of Lord. Yes, Caldara, it is. Milo is the most powerful creature. Branded Nerd, that is not correct. That is wrong. He is not the most powerful. You're spreading rumors and lies. Milo is simply a minion of inconsequential power. Very inconsequential. As a matter of fact, he is so inconsequential, he can't even remember where his cell phone is. Can he? Milo's back now, and he's on his second-hand phone that I gave him. Milo, please, you know how much I spent on your iPhone 14? Do you know? 55 gold pieces, and you use that. It's a Palm Pilot. I don't understand him. Milo is more powerful than Lord Araban. No square. You just got a minus -1 invitation to the ASSSS party. Congratulations. It only took a year for me to get mentioned on the show. Nimitz, well, maybe you should come more often, and you'd get mentioned more. Deathwind 25, Lord Araban, don't tell them. If you do so, they will kill him again. Deathwind, you are a wise one. Perhaps the wisest that I've ever come across. Or perhaps maybe I want little Milo dead. I don't know. I don't. I love him. He's so wonderful and great. Grateful for everything that I do for him. Everything that I do for him, he is grateful. Do you know this? Everything. Aren't you, Milo? Aren't you grateful for everything that I give you? Yes, of course. Lieberg, all hail Lord A. Lieberg, you have just gotten yourself a +5 invitation to the ASSSS party. I almost swallowed a cherry pit there. I don't know why I'm eating cherries, but I am. I certainly don't want to be mentioned by Lord Squishy. J-Freak, well played. You were ahead of me on that one. Well done. I'll have to remember that for next time. Hold on. Everyone is going too fast. Stop it. You have to slow down with what you're saying. I can only go so fast. Crafton Crunch, Lord Araban, Keeper of the S's. Yes. You know what? I'm going to roll with that one from now on, Crafton. Instead of the Keeper of Secrets, I'm going to go with the Keeper of S's. Therefore, I could be the Keeper of anything that starts with S. As in secrets, or securities, or smiles, limits. I was hoping someone would say something. I'm not getting much. This is a live show, folks. Real time. You can say something and I will respond. It's amazing. Sinks, snakes, sass. Sorry? Come on, everyone. Play the game, would you? I'm not here for my amusement. I'm here for your amusement. Snacks, sassafras, soap, soup. Disadvantage. Wait a second, King Daddy. That's not an S word. Stencil, snafu, spam, sandwiches. Lord Araban is lord of all things boring. All right, this show is over. We're cutting it close here. We're cutting it off now. Everyone, thanks to your new best friend, No Square, you are not going to get a second half. Thank you very much, and we will end the broadcast here. Please turn off the show. Producers, turn off the show! Now! All right, that didn't work. Damn it. Siths. Sadness. Sarsaparilla. How do you say that word? Sugar daddy. Ooh. Civ. Sporks. I'm only turning off the show because I'm sleepy. Hakuna Matata. Sleep is the most important thing that one can give themselves. So please, by all means, take it. All right. I have some interesting things. Actually, I forgot to say something right at the start. And this is important, so please listen up. If you're watching this live now, I should have said this at the beginning, and I didn't, and I apologize. I probably already said that, but let me apologize again for apologies, okay? If you're watching this live, I highly recommend you watch this live Wednesday nights on Caffeine. Sorry, let me start again. My goodness, this copy, I cannot read. If you're not watching this live, i.e. if you're watching this anywhere else, I highly recommend you do watch it live Wednesday nights on Caffeine at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You can live chat with me, which doesn't always go so well, as you can see, and or a wonderful community, the wonderful watchers of the time stream. And here's a tip: go to caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run and follow the show, so you'll get a reminder when we're live on Wednesday nights. Reza, what on earth would you do that for? He's dead. All right, just breathe, Mr. Ereban. I just called myself Mr. Ereban. That's the first time I've done that. I didn't even use my first name. Lord. Oh, goodness. Let's continue. Halfway. Ready. I'm losing my mind. All right. When watching this show, you have the opportunity to affect it. Some more than others. Grim-fated, I'm looking at you. We have what we call props, and there are 4 unique props for tonight's Dungeon Run. Number 1, you can grant the gift of advantage, okay? That's the ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once and take the highest value. It's the star, the blue star, with a DR behind it. You know what I'm talking about. Number 2, you could set the trap of disadvantage. There is someone that we all know very well that is connected to what this is, the disadvantage. Oh my goodness, Melchior! I think I said your name right. Grim-fated is the one that we like to connect to the disadvantage, because pretty much everything is disadvantaged by Grim-fated. Thank you for that. If a player has an advantage, this disadvantage will counter the advantage. If the player does not have an advantage, then they will be disadvantaged, which means they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once and take the lowest value. It's bad. It's not good for the team. But after all, as Jorol always says, life is pain, so be it. Now, when you give an advantage or disadvantage, I request that you please specify which player at the table it is for. If you do not, I won't know who it is, then I'll have to make the decision for you, then you'll get frustrated, then I'll get frustrated, we'll have a yelling match, and the whole thing will fall apart. So, good gracious, do it right. Also, if you do love the show, for the goodness of Milo, please, dude, the man, I'll get to you in a second. If you would like to show your love and nothing more, you can do that via show love. That's the blue balloon there. It simply means you're interested, you like what we're doing, and you want to tell everybody in the cast and the entire show production that you are interested and you think it's great. Okay? So do that if you can. Bo Busy, Cornucopia, and Sean Patrick. I don't even know if you gave one, but I'm saying it anyways. I just wanted to say your name. Finally, there is Milo's Bull, Dude the Man, Melchior, Reza, Vince Ruth, and anyone else who has given one of those. The bad news is you're killing my minion. The good news is, at least you're doing it for a good cause. Okay? So are we all satisfied now? At the very least, it helps the show along. And yes, minions never die. Well, the show, of course, Branded Nerd. What else? The cause of the Dungeon Run, the greatest show that's ever existed in the history of shows on planet Ein. Is that a planet? I don't know. Don't worry about what I'm saying here, folks. I am super jacked up on mushrooms. All right. Finally, Lord A, do you even have to watch, or do you know everything? Captain Crunch, you can answer the question yourself. As you know, I'm in your mind right now, reading every thought that you're having. I'm on planet Zwei, says Vain Dead. Well, that makes one of us. I'm not there. I'm in Los Angeles, California. Lord Ereban, Lord A, how many planets do you own? Ooh, that's a good question. Many. Including this one. Well, I've made myself the obligatory owner of this place we call Earth, but really, truly, I'm not actually the owner. As a matter of fact, I don't even think I own much at all of this planet. He owns Uranus! Stavian the Paladin, where are you doing your next stand-up routine? I'd love to come see it. Lord A is leasing Earth currently. I like that. I'll take that one. I think it's because of where the highlights are hitting. You mean on my face? I should say my tentacles. But Stavian, very good though. No, seriously. Lord A, please come join the Discord, please. What is the Discord? Everyone says this word over and over. They want me to be discorded? What is it? Why would you want to be in a state of discord? Anyone, really, truly. Let's really hash this one out for the final time. Discord is a negative connotation. What it means is that your thoughts and your perhaps thoughts, it could really mean a number of things, but that they are not in sequence, that they are all out of whack. No good. That's not what we want for ourselves. Is it? Hold on. Let me check something. I might be getting a call. No, I'm not. I don't know why I'm making these silly breathy sounds. Hold on. Changebox says out of whack equals Discord equals Lord Ereban. Changebox, guess what? You know the story. A -1 to what? Yes, that's right. The A, period S, period S, period S, period S party. Don't bother coming. You won't be let in. Poop Dog. Well, that's a name. Lord A, you should spell Lord with an E to sound more distinguished. Is that a distinguished way of spelling E? I mean, Lord? Lord E. Lord. Lord, yeah. How is it how is that pronounced? Can someone please do me a live pronunciation of Lord E? A Lord. A Lord? A Lord, yeah. You can call him Queen B. Hobo Steve, guess what? That's a -5. So even if you do get back invited or invited back to the party, you'll have to be invited 5 times in order to actually make it in. Hey, Lord Ereban, what alignment are you, Carter 7698? That's a very good question. Also, isn't that information that should be kept private at all times? I mean, that's what my DMs always... I mean, that's what I've heard. Alignments are a lie, Vain Dead says. I agree. Uh-oh. Are we frozen? Well, was I frozen? Was everyone frozen? Listen, sometimes a good freeze is necessary, you see. You are on an iceberg, all right. I don't use alignment in my campaign. I just hold the players to their standards. Yes, me too. And Old Brownie says you're back, buddy. Thank you. Musk Stick Addict says no, you're hot. What is a you're hot? How do you have a hot? How does one have a hot? Can one explain? You're back now. Ah, thank you. Nice. Put another quarter in the server, Lord Ickaban. Chef Scott, are you getting sneaky and snide with me? Everybody clap your hands, yes. Hi, Lord Ereban. You like to have a staring contest for Chirati? What's that? Never heard of it before. What provider do you use? You mean unicorn? You mean what intranet provider do I use? I don't use one. This is all being done through Wi-Fi. I should say 5G. Is that probably the issue? I don't know. Oh my goodness, I am so far behind. Psionics. Nimitz Blitz, it's spelled wrong. There's a P in there. When you take meds, are they illicit drugs? Milo, get me my laugh cream. That was very good. I liked that. Can I have some doll hairs, Lord A, and a few invites to a party? Fire firm, you certainly can. Very good. Oh, for the love of Pete! Don't hate Fahima. You've just killed him again, and we're almost through. What am I going to do? How am I going to get my bedpan if Milo is on the ground? For goodness gracious, 7 deaths. Really, truly, too many. How many creams do you have? Many, Lieberg. When you are an illithid living in my situation, you have many, 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 many. Shabri, can I be invited to the party? Well, you should be invited to the party. If you're here, you're technically invited to the party. Stat. If I've ever said to you, you are no longer invited, then you're not invited. If I've given you a +5, then that means you're now 6. 6 of you, I should say. The party is in the Discord, yes. Musktek Addict, which is very difficult to say. Thank you for that. Everyone who is not part of the Discord now should go join it because it is phenomenal. And you'll meet all of the wonderful, wonderful viewers and watchers there. Last question. Does Milo feel pain when he dies or just kind of falls over? Friendly undead mage, I'm going to be quite honest with you. I have no idea. Every time I try to read his mind, I get the following. Really, truly, that's it. Nothing. So I don't know what happens to him, really. All right, everyone. It's been fun. I am now tired and must go back to my original job, which was sit and watch you all discuss and discuss with you. I love you. I shall miss you. And oh, let me just say this. Those of you who have shared the show tonight, I give you my humblest of thanks. If you have not, I have not yet thanked you or thanked you because you haven't shared it. If you do share it, you can imagine I would be thanking you. Ah, screw it. I thank you anyways. But the more you can do to get this show out there, the better. So tell a friend to tell a friend. It's a good one, darn it. Now remember, I'll be joining you in your social conversation around the game. So ask me questions. And let's get back to the dungeon run.
And we're back.
Yeah.
All right. I want to thank some of the folks that gave us love during the break. A Silent Watcher, Stavian the Paladin, Lauren Zolachki?
Hey.
Nailing it. Bo Busy, JT Justice, Ivy Jane, Braba, Corn Unicorn, and others. Thank you for those. We appreciate it. Thank you, Airman, for taking care of the folks during Intermission. As we left off, the group had just finished a short, albeit uneasy rest. A hold up inside a bedroom inside the Castle Rum with Civ and Lily holding watch. And there was a noise that seemed to be coming strangely from down the hall to the left-hand side of the building.
That's the library side, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to pull out that giant Bowie knife-sized kitchen knife thing that I got.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna flatten my back to the wall that is down that hallway, but before you go around the corner, if that makes sense.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, opposite the doorway, right?
Correct. And then I'm going to pull a James and put one eyeball from around the wall like this, and then back.
Okay, roll me a perception check. You have advantage from the Carson, countered by Grim-Fated.
Thank you, Carson and Grim-Fated.
Come on, buddy.
Oh, it was a 17. It was a 17. I got a 8.
8?
Oh, man.
3 plus
it's hard
5,
for you
8.
as you are trying to maintain, just as James did, hard to maintain this. Oh, no, actually, it was you who did it the first time. Hard to, trying to stay hidden, not show yourself, peer around the corner. You can't quite make out where that sound is coming from, but it does seem to be emanating from down the hall at some point.
Okay. I'm just going to look back at Lily and shrug with the knife in my hand.
Do you want me to look?
I nod.
Okay. So I'll go up in front of where Civ is.
Okay.
And slightly below.
Yeah.
You can roll your perception check. You have advantage from Locomotive 1134, counted by
I
Grim-Fated.
think Civ and I have proven that we're not a good team for perception.
Yeah. And maybe distracting
Why do
each
they
other
always
much.
do this?
I got a 15.
My tail
15?
instinctively wraps around Lily's leg.
Oh.
You definitely hear something, Lily, from
I
the
almost scream because it really startles me.
yeah, this little fur ball on your ankle. There's definitely some noises emanating from the library itself, which is the wall upon which your back is pressed. The other side of that wall is the library, but also you're fairly certain that something is happening inside those trio of rooms. You're not sure which of the three, or if it's more than one of the three, but there are 3 rooms that line the wall opposite where you're standing, and there seemed to be a noise coming from there.
Of the disconcerting noises, can I kind of tell which side of the hallway the most disconcerting one's coming from?
I think that the noise that alerted you, the noise that brought you out of your little conversation with Civ and James, is the noise that seemed to be coming from that far wall where the 3 different doors are.
Okay.
Can you describe the noise, or is it just?
It was like a bang. It was like a bang, or some sort of percussive sound.
Okay, so I'll look at Civ and do kind of like air tarmac hand signals towards him, of it's this side of the hallway. Uh-oh.
What are you guys doing?
Shh. There's a noise.
What are you guys doing?
There's a noise down the hall.
Before this started, I would have liked to recast the methods.
All right,
Take a
methods are
minute.
back.
The arcane recovery.
Back in business.
All right.
Back in the method business.
All right, so 8 smoke methods. Smoke again?
Yeah. I'm curious about the other ones, but smoke just seems to be pretty thematic at the moment. So
Okay,
we'll
so
stick with that.
pop into existence these 8 smoke methods.
Is the door to the library open?
There's no door on that. There's no door on that room. It is an open orifice.
Is the smoke from the previous methods? Is the smoke from the previous methods still in the air in there?
Well, it happened an hour ago, right? So it is certainly dispersed a bit, and but I would guess there's still some smoke lingering in that room, but it was at the beginning of your hour of rest, so I would imagine a lot of that smoke is not really there anymore.
I'll come up then and try to start to make my way around Civ and Lily, poking my head in that door of the library and looking for any sign of a shape like the one we saw downstairs.
So this is a very large library. It is a multi-story library with books all along the back wall. There is literally a ladder to reach higher levels, one of those cool ladders that slides along the wall, There's a very large, beautiful glass window that frames the center of that back wall where the books are. There's a large table in the center, and this is easily 25-foot vaulted ceiling in this room. It is a very, very large room. Another reason why that smoke probably isn't quite as thick as it was. There's a lot of volume here for it to take up.
Well, they disappear anyway once my concentration ends. So I imagine the smoke, well, unless it's an effect.
The smoke that results from them exploding disappears?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they disappear, so I don't know.
But don't they explode in the whatever?
It says wind disperses the cloud or otherwise lasts for 1 minute.
Oh, then it definitely is gone.
Unless a wind.
Not at all smoky room.
Yeah, 59 minutes ago it was gone. So
James is like, it feels like an hour ago it was real smoky.
Yeah, but anyway, this is a large, beautiful room, and it definitely, James, as you stand in the doorway, you can see books floating around inside it. It is clearly has some sort of spiritual energy inside it. Something is moving books all around the inside. We even see that in our map room. You can see books floating and moving about.
I would like to follow James to this library in my excitement as well.
When you were casting, Fahima, after you're done casting the smoke methods, Ugo goes, you think they're the same ones?
No.
Completely different ones, so I gotta give them new names?
Certainly not.
Okay, Susan.
No! Civ just chastised me for that.
Don and Katie. And
These are very human names.
They're very orcish.
Shababa and Rock Knock.
Both James and Fahima walk by Civ and I, who are trying to stealth quietly, just like go right to the library.
He's just like,
no.
It's fine. I got it.
Is there a spell book section?
I can't quite see, though it does look like the section on dwarven masonry is quite extensive.
Oh, there has to be a romance! There has to be romance all over. Where's the romance section?
I know a lot about spirits. I don't think they have ears.
So I am like ready to fire up at the books, basically, but I am like inching my way into the room, like basically looking all out.
I'll go in with him.
We've lost them to the books, my dear.
We're supposed to
If
come
you
up
go
with
into
a
that
plan.
room, we're gonna roll initiative, because you will immediately be assaulted by a flurry of things being thrown off the shelves. So let's roll our initiative and get back in the fight. Civ, you have advantage from Vutha Vith. Fima, you have advantage from Drew from IT, countered by King Daddy 99. James, you have advantage from Funky G Macman, countered by Corn Unicorn. Ugo, you have advantage from Vain Dead, countered by Grim Fated. And Lily, you have advantage from Reaper 18. Ooh. I have advantage from Changebox, countered by Dice and Capes.
On that 20? Lily,
No,
you're very excited.
I just only have advantage. I don't have disadvantage, and I never have had that in so long.
I hear you.
It's so exciting.
All right, so Civ, what'd you get?
Nat 20 for a 28.
Whoa.
Dang.
All right, Fahima.
Wow.
Both Fahima and the Methods got a 9.
Okay.
So.
I'm sure you have a higher dex than they do.
No, they have a higher dex than I do. But can we just say I go first so I can command them?
Yeah, I mean, that's yes.
Okay.
Yes, you'll go first.
12.
That wasn't
12.
the issue, but okay.
I'm
12
going
for
first.
you, James?
Yeah, 12 for James.
I'll go.
Still can't roll well. 13.
13. Lily.
I got a 14, even with advantage.
It's all right. That's
All right.
But I still appreciate it. Really good.
Yeah, I appreciate them.
And then we have Choron. I have advantage from Scully as my homegirl, countered by Scully as my homegirl. Choron with mage armor. And then Whitebeard. I have advantage from Grim Fated.
Ooh, what?
How are we gonna smoke this thing out, so to speak?
All right. So.
You're in the wrong room.
We have. Oh, wait a minute. We have James. Okay. We have Civ, Whitebeard, Choron, Lily, Ugo, James, Fahima Mephits. So, Civ, you're up.
Yeah, the problem is I'm in charge of Choron, so just drop my initiative down to Choron's, I guess, and I'm gonna go into the room and bodyguard him like I have been.
Okay. I mean, he's lagging far behind. He and
actually, you know what? I'll wait. I'll wait where I'm at. I'll hold my action. I'll wait where I'm at. I'll be gesturing for Choron to come out of the room, and when he comes out, I will follow him wherever he goes. And if something attacks him, I want to jump in the way.
Okay, so your trigger would be him coming out and/or an attack against him.
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
Sounds good. Whitebeard is reluctant to even leave the room at this point. He's got a good view on Choron, which is what he cares most about. He's been sitting on this kind of dozing, almost fighting to stay awake on this bed. He does love a fight, but this isn't the kind of stuff that Choron likes fighting. You know?
You mean Whitebeard?
Sorry, Whitebeard. Yes, Whitebeard likes fighting. So he'll stand up and move out into the hall and just kind of get a look at what's going on and go, What's in there? What do you see?
We don't know.
Nothing yet.
All right, that's all he's gonna do at this point. He's not gonna rush in and be dumb.
So glad you're here.
Now it is Choron's turn, and Choron is also gonna leave the room and sort of hang back near where Civ is and Lily are. And he's nursing a wound. So he turns to Civ and he goes, What's the plan? What do I do?
They're going to go in there and want to read every single book inside the library. So we're going to let them do that for a while and then tell them we need to move on.
Family is in danger.
I know.
Minutes could mean their lives.
I know. And if they take too long, you and I will go off on our own. I promise you. All right? They might be able to find something useful in there. So just give them a moment.
All right, we're up to Lily's turn.
Did Choron not get a short rest?
Oh, he did. Yes, I should roll his hit dice.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Good. Thank goodness.
Yeah, because I was like, I just did 30 point push-ups, so
he's doing a lot better.
Just for the record, the only people that did not get a short rest were me and Lily, right?
That's right.
Okay.
And he should be shimmering with his mage armor as well.
Ooh.
Yes, he is indeed. Yes, he is.
Very
okay,
shimmery.
so we're up to Lily's turn.
Okay, so I've seen Fahima and James go down the hallway. Even though the concerning room is coming from the other side of the hallway, correct?
Yes.
We're drawn
Correct.
to the
Yeah.
library.
Your back is or Fahima and James's back is to the room where you heard the weird sound.
I'm gonna peek my head around the door and be like, James, Fahima, we promised we were gonna come up with a plan. If you're gonna go in there, you have to come talk to us first.
Can't talk books.
And then I'll use my action to kind of go up there and say that to them, and that.
It's Attack of the Unread. No.
Oh, nicely done.
There's obviously so much information here. Can't you tell? I mean, it's just so exciting.
Go.
Thinking straight. Sorry, I think I interrupted you.
I'll go.
I'll go turn.
Ugo's now in the room by himself. It doesn't seem to really know what's going on, so he walks out, sees that everybody's confused, and then sees the door on the left and goes, I wonder what's in here. And goes to open the door. Since there's nobody there now.
You're going to the door on the left.
Yeah.
The first door?
Yep.
Okay. So
I'm right there.
Yeah, we're going in here. So Ugo goes to that door, stops at Lily, and goes, we're going in here?
Do you see her face?
Are you opening it or not?
Wait, what do you want me to do? Tell me what you want me to do.
I'm Lily.
I get you confused sometimes. Tell me what you want me to do, Lily.
We have to make a plan. We need to work together. If you're in that room and they're in that room, we're in a lot more trouble.
So then we should go in this room here. And then Ugo pushes past Fahima. Hold on, I don't know if I have that much movement. 5, 10,
Fahima or Lily?
25,
Fahima,
30,
you're in the doorway.
He's
going
in the
into
library now.
Oh, he's in the library.
I can be next to James.
Okay.
On the north side of James.
All right.
The north side of James.
Do I see anything, Jeff?
You see books levitating around the room. You see that same kind of wispy green spectral energy that you saw in the kitchen and in the dining room downstairs.
All right. I'm going to hold my action to attack something that's tangible as soon as I can see it.
Okay. So we are up to James.
Right. Okay.
What you gonna do, book boy?
I'll go next to me right now. The books that are flying around. Is there anything kind of? Is there anything? Any theme to the specific books flying around, or they seem pretty random?
Yeah, it seems pretty random. I don't think you're getting a lot of
sure.
titles as they float by. You know what I'm saying?
Right. The Liquor of the Dead isn't glowing yet now, is it?
It is not.
All right. Again, I'll go then. I will hold my action to try and wait for something to make a move.
Okay.
I just realized that James was looking at all these books and they're not in order.
Not
alphabetized.
Decimal system is insane.
You see a blood vessel pop in James' eye, like whoa.
All right.
Something truly evil is in this place.
James, as you stand there waiting to go, you feel something start to move you. So you need to roll me a strength check, and I need to roll a charisma check.
Oh no, not James's strength. Literally.
I have advantage from Changebox. James, you have advantage from Xenomorph Bob, but it was countered by Grim Faded.
Thanks, Xenomorph Bob and Grim Faded. 13.
Oh boy, I think you won. Hang on.
It'll be the first strength check James has ever won in his life.
So you got a 13. I rolled a 9 and a 10. So you feel yourself start to be sort of moved in some unseen way, but you hold on tight. You can maybe put a hand on a wall or a table, and you hold on tight, and you're not lifted off the ground, but you definitely feel some unseen force attempt to move you.
Can I, whatever I feel touching me, since I'm holding my action, can I sort of literally, if I'm holding on with one hand, with my other hand, just unleash Shocking Grasp, I guess? Let me try that. I don't want to Eldritch Blast randomly around the room.
There isn't a physical thing touching you to try to move you. It's more of like a telekinetic attempt to move you, but you reach out with your hands to try to shock something, and there's nothing to touch. You wave your hands wildly in the air, and there doesn't seem to anything.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know that. I don't necessarily know that, so we can say I burned my spell on literally just trying to shock the air as it's trying to move me.
Yes.
Huh.
Okay.
So it's as if it's not as if he's being picked up by something. It's as if like a wind or like just something elemental is picking him up.
Yeah, it's more telekinesis. It's more something. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I somehow resisted, but then you see me like literally, and then and don't hit anything.
Fema, you're up.
Okay. I need to get a better look at this library.
Send those little smokies.
Question, Jess.
Yeah, I for sure will.
Has Uggo seen one of these explode?
I don't think so.
Okay,
I mean, you saw
cool.
maybe at some point a different one, but not a smoke one.
Okay.
So I'm looking at the map. Are there rows of books somewhere?
Back wall is entirely a library.
Okay, but there's no like rows of books. It's just the back wall here.
Yeah, you see them being thrown and flicked and falling off. It's a room where things, it's what's that in Harry Potter when they walk in a room, there's all these things flying around in the Great Hall or whatever. It's kind of like that.
Oh, or like Gilderoy Lockhart with the things in the classroom.
You've gone too deep. You've gone too deep. Pull back. Pull back.
Harry Potter.
So so this thing is we'd be attacking at disadvantage, right? Because it's invisible.
It's invisible, correct.
Okay. I'm going to
be attacking at disadvantage if it's even in the area where we think it is.
Yeah, you have to guess.
Yeah.
True. I wish I had some kind of spell that would
see invisibility.
Or I guess like
understand
the smoke. We earlier in this house, we had the smoke methods surrounding the poltergeist, but we still couldn't quite get a sense enough of where it was to roll
it was a
straight
smaller
on it, right?
room. It was a smaller room.
It was a small room, and
yeah.
the smoke filled the room, and you were able to see the outline of the poltergeist in the smoke. It was actually very clever. You guys.
Okay. Well. Okay.
Prestidigitation.
I'm going to. Oh, prestidigitation can make smoke?
It can make water. It can make
smoke?
It can do little things
Sand.
like that.
Such as a puff of wind or an odd odor. How big of a smoke does this smoke do? 5-foot radius sphere. That's not very much. Because I kind of want to lay out my methods like a bunch of little bombs and just cue them so that we can have a map of where this poltergeist is. But
Nice idea.
I wouldn't have a way of.
That's kind of what I was going to, like, pick them up and just throw them against the wall and see if things go up. Yep.
All right, so I just wanna kill this thing. So I guess I'll aim. I'll hold a female older action, and I'm just gonna command the methods to start attacking, to try and get this thing to attack them back, and maybe perhaps create some smoke. So.
Okay.
Basically, fly in and spread out.
Yeah, fly in, spread out, start attacking, I guess at disadvantage, but there's 8 of them, so they'll spread the room and try to
I love it.
find out where this is.
So they're strategically all these. They run in and they move all around the room, letting off smoke. You know, as I said, it is this big, tall room with lots of volume, but they're still emitting smoke around. And let's see what happens here. There is, you do catch maybe the outline of something that's sitting in the corner, in the back corner there near one of the groupings of methods. There does seem to be this the slightest hint of something. Roll me a perception check, Fahima.
Okay.
You have advantage from Angel Devilson, countered by Grim Fated.
Come on.
17.
Yeah, you can. You as you watch your methods move through the room, you kind of catch the glimpse, catch maybe an angle of something that looks like it might be this humanoid form that is reminiscent of the poltergeist you saw on the first floor in the kitchen.
Okay. Yeah. So, can we? I guess then there won't be any attack from the methods. That'll just be their action to have like converged and try to make this visible for everybody else.
I mean, they can try to attack if you want to try to attack. They just moved into the room and you kind of saw that happen.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, they'll try to attack. Do you want me to roll at disadvantage?
Yes.
Okay. That's 12 plus, what's their attack here? Plus 4, 16.
16 would hit, even at disadvantage. There's enough of them, and they're wildly swinging around. And the ones that are sort of near that form that you saw take shape in the smoke, you see connect with something, some invisible shape, and there's a sound associated with it that you hear. That is clear that something has made contact.
Does that allow me to get my readied action off?
Yeah, if you were waiting to see something, sure. Yeah, I mean, you're not standing next to it, but you can maybe throw a hand axe or something.
Yeah, throw a
How many
hammer.
How many methods do you want to say hit this?
We had these groupings of 3. Is that what you were saying?
No, I just whatever you want. They're just spread out in the room.
I'm rolling a disadvantage, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd say maybe 2.
Although you do have
room.
advantage from track X, so that'll cancel out. You can roll a straight roll.
Sweet.
24.
Ooh, that'll hit.
Hit it with that hammer.
Fahima, you can say 3 of them hit. I'll say 3 of them.
Nice.
6 bludgeoning.
6 bludgeoning. Okay.
Non-magical.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you throw this thing as you're ready. You're looking around. You see the methods themselves kind of strike at something. You hear this. And immediately, Uggo, as you were ready, you throw the little crustacean hammer that you had picked up in the crusty station, and it makes contact. You hear a thud. This thing, unhappy. What is your damage, Fahima, on the methods?
15 slashing.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's non-magic too.
Non-magical.
Oh, non-magic.
Yeah, non-magical.
All right.
Light it up.
Okay, so that completes the Mephit's turn.
Yes.
And Fahima, you've already gone, so we're back to top of the round. Or did we go? Did we do it to Fahima's turn? No.
No, I held my action, but I would like to try to maintain my concentration on these methods, so I'll kind of scoot back out of the room and try to take cover behind the doorway.
Okay. So she moves slightly out of the room. Civ, we're back to the top of the round.
You're hearing quite a commotion now. Inside.
Yeah. I think I would... you should just drop me an initiative down to where Choran is at, because I think Choran and I would stick together, and what I'd like to do is take him past the room, look inside the room to see what's going on, and then go to the far side of Fahima, so essentially her left flank.
Okay.
But I wanted to go past the room to see what's happening before So I guess on Choran's turn, that's what I'll say. And I'll turn to Choran and say, I think we should go see what's happening, but I don't want you to get hurt, so we're going to go past the room.
Okay, so you move up past it, farther toward the north part of this room?
Yeah, but I wouldn't do that until Choran comes with me.
Right. So he'll move after Whitebeard. Whitebeard is just kind of looking in the room and watching these books fly all about and seeing smoke methods run in and people throwing things in the room. It's it's that scene in Ghostbusters where they're in the banquet hall and nice shooting text. He's just watching all this craziness. There's things flying everywhere, people throwing stuff, smoke emitting everywhere. You're destroying this.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
This library. So he's just gonna hold. He's going to hold his action until he feels threatened personally, which he does not right now, but he's staying outside this room.
I just want at some moment the poltergeist to appear and have it be an old woman and turn to James and go, shh. And then James go, get her! Yeah. And then we all...
Go get her, Ray! Yeah. So you guys, now it is Choran's turn. He will move with you up north of the room, past where Fahima's standing, right? That's what you're looking to do?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. And he's kind of taking cues from you, waiting to find out what needs to happen. So now it is Lily's turn.
Okay. All right. I guess we're going in the library. So I will... On my last turn, I just told James and Fahima not to go in the library. I will go in there and just... I haven't seen what's going on, so we'll go in there and basically, if you were saying we can kind of maybe see an outline of the thing now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you want to roll me a perception check, you can find out if you see it clearly. You do have advantage from Lily Dumblebay.
Basically, I'm coming in with a vicious mockery loaded. That's all I've got, and I don't know what else to do, and I'm trying not to use... Oh, yeah. Perception, I got a 22.
Oh, nice. Okay, so yeah, I mean, you are focusing in on where those methods have been swinging around. You saw Ugo throw a tiny mallet that was used to break open crab shells at this thing, and you go in both barrels loaded with vicious insults at an unseen foe.
Yeah, I do what I can.
As you do, as
so
she does.
It has to make a wisdom save throw if it hits.
Classic Fahima. Yeah.
You mean Lily?
I mean Lily. Me too. I do it all the time. Yeah. So I have advantage from change box.
No.
And, first one was a 2, and that second one was an 8. So yes. 8.
None of those save, and I'm so happy about it. Okay, you take 5 psychic damage. And I will just kind of repeat my insult from before. Once again, show yourself if you want to fight us, okay? Also, books are literally these people's favorite thing, and you are abusing them.
I love that a poltergeist is not immune to psychic damage. Like, it's,
yes.
I know.
It's got a mind.
It's amazing. I'm sorry, how many points was it?
5 psychic damage. But it really is it's gonna linger. I just want to...
All right. Okay, so again, you hear... It is clearly not enjoying a psychic assault from a little beach gnome that ran into its library. We are up to Ugo.
All right, so I think Ugo is going to, seeing that the hammer is effective, it doesn't appear that it's moved, or can we tell?
Well, it hasn't had a turn yet, so it hasn't moved.
So then Uga's going to move up to where he saw his hammer hit.
Yeah.
So I guess that's that back corner next to the
That's right.
methods.
Mm-hmm.
And attack it twice with fiery great claw.
Log.
Fire log.
What rolls downstairs, a loner in pairs. Over your neighbor's dog. All right.
So
I have advantage from Corn Unicorn on the first, and advantage from Scully as my homegirl on the second.
But I'm rolling at disadvantage because it's invisible. Is that correct?
So both of those you'll even out as a straight roll.
Straight roll. Okay, so the first one is an 18.
Yeah.
And the second one is a 14.
Yeah, they both hit.
Ooh.
Great.
Yes.
Better than bad, it's good.
Yeah.
First one is 8 bludgeoning, 1 fire.
Okay.
And the second one is 9 bludgeoning, 1 fire.
And you hear, and all the books fall to the ground all around you. Blum, 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 kong, 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 kong. And just as you feel triumphant, Civ,
yes,
you notice behind you, the door opens.
Oh no!
And out from that room,
oh no,
comes 2 tiny little dolls.
No!
Little dolls come walking out of the room.
It's about the creepiest thing you could have said.
I hate that.
They have vacant eyes. They look like they're porcelain, but they have strange. Let's zoom in on the map room and check out these little creatures. It gets real weird real fast. The door opens, and behind you and Choran, Civ, you turn and look, and there are these tiny little porcelain dolls that walk out. Check them out.
Oh, crazy.
Oh,
no.
no.
Not
and
cool.
They're like kind of singing this little tune, and they strike at you, and one strikes at Civ, one strikes at Choran.
They're both gonna be at me.
No.
Because I'm bodyguarding them.
Okay.
With what? What are they?
Their little hands, their porcelain fingers are sharpened. They have pointy porcelain fingers, and they come scraping at you with these horrible. They look like physical things that, again, much like the taxidermy bear, seem to be possessed by this greenish energy, and they're like. And they, you know, you don't know if they're saying mama or dada or some nonsense word, but they are
nightmares.
very, very creepy. And they
Morgan, you don't have a 1-year-old at home right now.
I'm good.
You want to talk about creepy?
I'm so sorry, Jared.
I'm good.
All right, the first one.
Like,
the first one actually bites at you, Civ.
Okay.
I have advantage from change box, and that is
Is that what you're saying? They have sharpened porcelain teeth.
They have sharpened porcelain teeth, sharpened porcelain fingers. It's like their fingers are broken and jagged is really what it is. It's not that they sharpened them. It's that they're like broken pieces of these.
No,
sir.
Jeff, we're going to have a talk after this show.
Yep.
26 to hit.
It hits.
Whoa.
So the bite does.
You take 22 baby damage.
Does
the worst
4
kind.
points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And
32 necrotic.
oh boy.
For real.
Oops.
No.
And 13 points of psychic damage.
Yeah, that tracks.
So it literally tries to bite you, and you're so freaked out by it. Like the pain of the bite is not pleasant, but it's nothing compared to like this horrible wrongness that overtakes you. And you look at this tiny little doll, and you're like, what? No, what is this thing? And it actually sears your brain.
So game mechanics question.
Yeah.
I have Uncanny Dodge, which allows me to split the damage in half with my reaction.
Right.
But I'm technically using my reaction to bodyguard Choran. So do you want to argue that goes away and I take full damage?
I mean, you can have the choice if you want to not bodyguard Choran.
I will bodyguard Choran, so I'll take full damage.
Okay. Okay, the other one is going to do a different kind of psychic assault. It actually just starts singing, and you focus in as this one leaps up and bites on your thigh. It's like it's this tiny little thing going
on your thigh.
It's like got its mouth in you, and it's it's this tiny little baby creature, this little porcelain doll going, and it's freaking you out because it's still latched on. The other one just turns its head 360 degrees, and stares at you, and you feel this thing encroach on your brain. I need you to roll me a intelligence saving throw.
Okay, better than wisdom.
You do have advantage from Sir Helvengard, DG6.
Thank you, Sir Helvengard.
You got this. You got this.
15 plus 3 is 18 on my
so you succeeded.
Yay.
Oh my god.
The total. All right, so you take. 10.
Terrifying.
Oh my gosh, I rolled a 10 and a 9. You take half of 19.
9.
So,
Oof. Oh my gosh.
Oof.
I'm not doing so hot, guys.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Wow.
All right, so that has happened. This thing, that was just after Ugo's turn. So James, you're up. You hear a terrible screaming from outside the room, just as Ugo seems to have slammed this poltergeist into non-existence. All the books come falling to the ground. You hear this thump, 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 thump all around the room of all these books falling to the ground. And then outside you hear Civ and Choran both yelp, and you hear this horrible sound. And it is disturbing on all kinds of levels.
What in the 9 hells? All right, so yeah, I'm going to turn around and push past Lily and lean out the door and see what's happening.
Civ has little porcelain dolls crawling all over him, chewing on him.
That's not normal. Would you allow? Yeah, I've got enough.
Are they
movement.
on him? Like, if James wanted to attack him, like, would he be risk hitting Civ?
Yeah, the one is still latched onto his leg. The other one is not. The other one's just sitting there, like singing and rotating back and forth.
All right, I'll hit the singing one. I'll go for the one that is not immediately like I no danger of hitting Civ. Basically leaning out, what in the 9 hells? And 2 Eldritch Blasts at the other one.
Anything cute or loving in the right setting can be really creepy.
Just yeah, it's true. It's agreed.
James, you have advantage from Reloader 68 and on the first, and advantage from Cold Candor on the second.
Thanks, Reloader and Cold Candor. First one's a 19 to hit.
That hits.
Oh yeah, and the second one's a 26 to hit.
Yep, they both hit.
And for a total of, dang, dude, 21 force damage on the little singing doll.
All right,
you see force damage on the babies.
Again, yes. You see bits of porcelain break off this thing. You're like, its eye come off, and it's this little doll, and it is still just rocking back and forth, seated there in front of Civ.
I made it even more upsetting.
You said 20. How many was it? 21.
21.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm calling back into the room. Ugo!
We are up to Fahima.
Oh boy, I'm like, if we have to fight this lady at the end, we're gonna be in such rough shape here. So I'm going to, I guess I need to figure out how close I am. So one is on Civ, and then one is within 5 feet of me, within melee of me.
You are. Where are you? Oh, yes, you're standing right there. Yeah, one is, I think that's more than 5 feet away from you, though. It looks like.
Is the red or blue one the one that's on?
Oh, no, it is within 5 feet of you. The blue one is the one that's on Civ. The red one is the one seated.
Okay.
So if I back away, then I'll be, there'll be an opportunity attack?
Correct.
Oh boy. Okay. So.
Those melee touch spells are good.
Ooh, yeah, I have burning hands that I can do. But
the one that's seated is the only one that's been damaged so far.
Yeah. Actually, I'll hit it. I'll hit it with a firebolt. That's what I'll do. Actually, no, that's ranged, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess I have to do burning hands then. So I'll reach out and try to burn this baby to a crisp.
Okay. Touch attack.
Yeah, and hopefully it dies so I can
You do
move.
have advantage from Angel Devilson, countered by Adventures by Wesley.
Oh, that's a new one.
And she doesn't have to roll for
Wesley.
burning hands, actually, Jeff. I think it's a dex save for
Dex
the baby.
save? Okay.
Oh yes, it is a dex save. Thank you, Morgan.
Dex save for the baby is the best sentence.
Never
Dex
mind
save for
about
the
that.
Sounds like a band.
So I have advantage from a change box,
We are deck save for the baby.
and I got a 20.
Oh, okay, so it'll take half of my fire damage.
Hopefully it's still enough.
Which is 8 total fire damage.
Dang.
So half 8, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then we have Mephits, unless you want to do something else.
Man, yeah, I can't move, otherwise I'll get hit. So yeah, I'll send. I believe there are a couple methods that can reach this baby within 30 feet. That's their fly speed. Let's see, 5, 10,
15,
25, 30.
Yeah, we can get there.
Okay, can I get there with the
5, 10,
the
15,
6
20,
or?
30. No, just the closest 3 looks like it can make it.
Okay, well they'll all start moving towards the baby, but the 3 that will get there will attack.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a porcelain baby for all watchers and listeners.
5, 10, 15, 20,
Not an
20,
act. No,
25
no
will get the
real
methods.
babies.
Can we just call it a porcelain doll instead of a baby? Can we, like, really?
Baby doll. So the 3 of the methods will be adjacent to the red baby doll that's the square just south of it, and the other 2 are the other 3 that are situated right there. Seem to be in a perfect spot. 5,
Yeah,
10,
it might be
15,
good
20,
if, at least in the theater of the mind, if they could be between Fahima and the baby, so that hopefully there's some kind of protection between the spellcasters and the baby.
Yeah, no, I mean they'll be within melee range of you either way.
Can I make a quick request to the map room to just zoom out a little bit? I just want to see what's in the end of the hall.
So methods are going to attack, right?
Yes, they're gonna do their claw attack. Oh, that's a natural 1.
So they missed the porcelain doll altogether.
Oh.
And we are back to top of the round, Civ.
Yeah.
Wait, I haven't gone since Civ went last.
Oh no, I'm sorry. We moved Civ down to Choron, didn't we?
Yeah.
No, you went ago, didn't you?
Nope, not since the last time the thing.
But you moved Civ down to.
Oh, Ago, we
Choron.
started the round with you killing the thing. That's how we
It's true.
started the round.
Yeah, he did.
But Civ's because Civ got attacked on its turn, not on his
Yes.
turn. I got
Right.
My apologies.
Yeah. So top of the round, Civ.
I'm going to take my magic kitchen knife and stab this porcelain doll repeatedly in the face.
All right, the one that's on you, I'm assuming?
Yes, the one that's on me, Jeff.
Be clear.
I'm also
Michael
going to look at
Myers
Choron and say, step back. Advantage,
Away
disadvantage?
from the
You have advantage from Red Robin.
Thank you. Advantage from Red Robin.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's 26.
That's a hit, of course.
Do I get sneak attack damage on the porcelain doll?
I mean, you have friends flanking it, yeah.
Okay.
Do it.
Everything's funnier when you insert porcelain doll.
I can't wait to viciously mock the porcelain doll.
That's literally all I can do right now.
13,
You're made of toilets.
22 points of
22
damage.
points of damage, nice. All right, again, you see, you start stabbing at it with this magical, this very large chef's knife. You start stabbing at it and breaking bits off. It doesn't seem to detach it from your leg as it's hanging on with its teeth.
Nice.
So we are up. That completes your turn?
If it doesn't let go of me, then I'm going to pull out the wooden stake and stab that in the other side of its head.
Yeah. You're just stabbing this thing on your leg, with all...
I mean, I'm freaking out. I mean, this thing is killing me.
It's
so-
attacking your psyche.
I need a drawing of this.
Advantage?
You do. Joral's fluffy pants gives you advantage.
Joral's fluffy pants.
Finish him.
It's probably gonna hit. It's a 22.
That's a hit, yeah.
But I don't do sneak attack damage, so it's a mighty 3 points of damage.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I mean, you stab almost, lodging this little twig that you sharpened outside into this thing. It does break parts of the exterior of this porcelain doll, but it's still
it's not letting
tenaciously hanging on. Yeah.
Awesome.
All right, so now it is Whitebeard's turn.
This is so awesome. This is just awesome.
This is This is what Whitebeard understands. Something.
Come on, Whitebeard.
Something attacking. So he is going to actually move toward. It's a little crowded here, but he's going to try to move right behind the Mephits and use his whip attack, which he can do a little farther range than normal. And he is
whip it good.
Whipping it good. That's cocked. Oh, 19. That hits.
Yes.
I also had advantage from Changebox. So rolls his damage. Okay, so Whitebeard goes running up and goes, "What in all bloody nightmares is that?" And he whips out this coiled whip that he has always hanging on his belt. This one has been augmented with a bundle of those magical branches that you collected outside, and it strikes the surface of this thing that is going, and it shatters the face of this thing, nearly breaking it completely in two, and it lies. You see the face going, but it seems that as it continues to say that, the sound fading out and the energy going out of it, and there's just this broken porcelain doll on the ground. The other one's still on Civ's leg, holding on.
Oof.
So we are up to Choron. Choron is just gonna try to swing at Civ's leg and try to smack this thing. I mean, I don't know. He's gonna try to swing at it. I think he's gonna roll a 50% dice and see if he hits you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I was standing next to you, Jared, and that started happening, I'd probably try to hit it. Oh, God, get it off!
Yeah, I expect that from Uggo. I was hoping Choron was going to cut me some slack.
But yeah.
I mean, he rolled a 19 to hit, so he's zeroed in, and he smacks this thing pretty good. It breaks the branch on it, but it only does a few points of damage. Still, it's hurting.
Okay, all right. Hurting is good.
The thing, it's like its teeth are on your leg. Lily, you're up.
Okay. So I am going to come out of this room because everyone left me in there, and I'm like, what? So I come out and I'll see this child attacking Civ, and again, trying to preserve my spell slots as to help with healing later. I will viciously mock in a panic the child, and so it has to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
We gotta get you some more attack cantrips.
A lot of them, unfortunately, are charm, and they just don't work.
You attempt to viciously mock this baby doll, but your words do nothing. It seems as if this thing on its leg, it is not. It's immune to psychic damage.
Oh, okay.
God.
I'm just yelling, "Go to bed!" Over and over. It's past your bedtime. Go to bed.
So we are up to Doll's move. It is going to stab on Civ's leg.
No.
Wait, don't I go before it?
Oh yes, sorry, Uggo. I keep doing that to you. I'm sorry. Yes, Uggo's turn, then Doll.
Okay, so Uggo's going to move 35 feet next to James.
Yes.
As a bonus action, using his aggressive.
It is very crowded.
It's crowded up in this hallway.
Yeah, next to James. Or not next to James, sorry, next to Civ.
Party hallway.
Uggo coming through.
On the other side of him, between Choron and Civ. Sorry. Yeah, around the wall. Yeah. Jeff, I'm going to attempt to grapple. It's a small creature, I'm assuming?
It is indeed.
I'm going to attempt to grapple this small creature.
Okay. It's gonna It has mighty strength, let me tell you.
I'm sure it does.
I have advantage from change box.
What do I have?
You have advantage from track X.
Great, thank you, track X.
Got a
the
17.
first one, okay, my first one was a 24, and the second one was 11.
Are you still raging?
No, I am not.
Okay, yeah.
I am then going to run. Map, 5, 10, 15, 20. 20 feet and throw that thing out the window.
Oh my gosh,
Amazing.
Yes.
Okay.
Now goes, no. Just throws it out the window.
Okay. And you grab it.
Is the window real?
The window doesn't shatter. You see it like bend and go.
Oh no!
And the porcelain doll goes through it, but there's no shatter. There's no change. It just goes. Wow! And it goes through the window. But it's like you can't affect this form. You can't shatter the window, but it does go through, and you hear this.
Civ, are you all right?
No, and I drop down to one knee. My leg is bleeding, and I can still hear the song inside my head.
Is that a condition, the song inside his head, Jeff?
No, it was a one-time effect.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll run over to Civ and put my hands on his leg, and I'll cast Cure Wounds on him. How hurt are you, Civ?
Very.
Okay.
On a scale of 1 to 46 hit points.
Out of game, I'm missing 33 hit points, which means I'm below half.
Whoa! Oh.
Yeah, wow.
Oh, you have a lot of hit points.
In
though.
game, I'm bleeding profusely, shaking, and I can still hear the creepy baby song inside my head.
Oh my God.
And those of you that stand, certainly Civ, you're standing there and you can see through the door now into that room that it is clearly a child's bedroom that these things ran out of.
Man, that's messed up.
You take 22 points of healing.
Sweet.
Nice.
Wow. I'm staring at Lily in awe every time she does this.
I'm gonna kiss Lily's hand when she kills me.
I didn't
I saw that.
chance to look, but that wasn't an actual baby, right?
No.
No.
You threw out the window.
Oh
Well,
my
Just
God.
want to be clear.
Just wanted to check. I thought, like, I didn't think about. I saw window and threw. Okay.
There was a 50-50 chance.
I feel better about that now.
I point at the shattered porcelain doll on the ground. It was one of those, Ugga.
That is actually sort of worse.
If it had been an actual baby, we would have yelled at you to stop, and I hope you would have.
But what if it was an evil baby?
I don't know if I could condone you throwing anything like any baby.
I don't
Also,
mean to
how-
interrupt.
Fair.
I don't mean to
Yes, yeah,
interrupt,
okay,
but
yeah.
I'm going to interrupt. Every time we stand around and talk, something comes out and tries to kill us.
True.
Fair enough. And Uggo walks up to that door and opens it.
I'm gonna do the opposite
door?
of Uggo, and I'm gonna go the opposite
The
way.
one
into
right here.
library.
Yeah,
the
I'm
one
back in
closest to Uggo?
Yeah.
Okay. Again, you open that door and you see into it. We can look at the map room and see the identical child's bedroom. It looks exactly the same as the one that they came out
Are
of.
there any dolls inside?
No.
Okay.
Thank goodness.
Didn't they
dolls in
say?
here.
Didn't we say, or didn't we discover that the owners of this property had 3 children?
I believe so.
correct.
I mean, yes. To
So
mother,
these are their
father, 3
rooms.
children. Yes. 3 rooms.
Uggo, did you step inside that room?
I did not. I just opened
Okay.
the door.
Okay.
I went to the library, and
Yeah,
I'm gonna.
Fahima and I go back to the library. No
Okay, as you
surprise
both
there.
step inside, that the liquor of the dead again starts to glow with a greenish
Please.
tint.
Please, after you.
Oh, you don't want to do it with me?
Okay, yeah, maybe more eyes on it, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, 1 sip.
You both are taking a sip?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, you can do your con saves. James, you have
Yes.
advantage from Kaibuk. Fahima, you have advantage from
Thanks,
Angel
Kaibuk.
Devils. Angel Devilson countered by Adventures by Wesley.
It's a
Jeff, I just want to
17.
clarify. Do I have to step into the room to verify that there are no dolls in the room?
From what you see from the edge of the room, you don't see any dolls, but yeah,
Does
you
that
can't
cover
be
the
certain.
whole room, though?
I mean, you'd have to go in to really know.
Okay, then I'll step in one to look for the dolls. That's
okay. As you step in again, the liquor of the dead starts to glow on your hip as well. Roll me a perception check.
Sure.
Uggo, you have advantage from Shayberry.
Do I roll a perception check as well?
No, he's looking for dolls.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I rolled a 17 on my con save and
So that
took 2
saves-
points of damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
I rolled a 12. Does that
Yep,
save?
that saves.
Okay. I rolled it's a d6, right?
Yep.
3, so I
You
take
take
1.
one. That's right.
Okay.
I had advantage. I rolled 15 and 17, so 17 on perception.
Oh no! I just made a grave mistake.
You took
damage.
You took damage. Yeah. So you have to roll a concentration check.
Just roll a 10. Just roll
You
a 10.
have advantage from Z-Man 9018 countered by Kaibuck.
I'm so sad.
Roll a 10. You're fine. You're
It's
fine.
Not hard.
No.
By Mephits, by Susan, by Katie, by Alex.
Does she have advantage or not? You said, right?
I did already, yeah.
You said it was a straight roll.
Straight roll.
Oh, no.
What did you roll?
3.
Oh my gosh.
Dang, concentration.
All right. Well, yeah, so you drink that. You're so excited.
I see a look come over your face. Is something wrong?
I sit
Excited to
down.
scream.
I
Yeah,
sit
go
down and I wither. I'm so upset. This is a 4th level spell. My Mephits are gone. I have like 2 spells left after this.
I'm sorry.
All right. So the good news is, unlike any other previous time, as the horrible sensation goes down your gullet as it coats your esophagus in this excruciating and awful tasting beverage, the two of you share this vision. It is a strange sensation to both be, each of you has seen a vision in the house before, and in both of those times, your friends faded away and the house transformed in front of you as if you're the only one there. This time, you can both see each other standing there, as well as the house does again transform around you, the library itself transforming all around you, the books ordered back on the shelves, no longer strewn about the floor, having been thrown by the poltergeist. It seems to be neat, tidy, and in fact, there is a woman, the same woman I think both of you have seen at this point, dressed in finery, sitting at the table. And as she sits there, children run into the room. 3 young boys run into the room and run up to her, and they say at her knee, as she's trying to concentrate looking at this, at what's happening on the table, they run in and they go, Mommy, where's Jaspin? We want him to read us a story from his new book. And she responds, I don't want you talking to Jaspin anymore. But Mommy, Jaspin says there are old things that remember. He says that we can help them come back, that they need us. We have noble blood. We want to help. None of you are to speak with Jaspin. Do you hear me? Give me that book. And she takes it out of their hands. But Mommy, we want a story. Leave me now. And stay away from Jaspin. And as they leave the room, dejected, she takes the book, she looks it over, and then climbs high on the ladder at the back of the room, rung by rung, holding the book in her hand, looking at it. And she places it high on the highest shelf, tucking it somewhere, looking both directions as she does to make sure no one sees her do it. And then the vision fades. And as you come out of that vision, you look up to where she had placed it, and it does seem like a book remains there.
I'm bolting over and casting Digit's Mage Hand up to bring the book down.
So your disembodied mage hand emerges from your body and floats up to the top of the room and plucks the book that you saw manifest itself from the vision down and floats back down to you.
I take it out of Digit. Thank you, Digit. Is there a title of it?
Yes,
binding,
it says the title on the front. It looks handwritten. It says "The Heroes and the Dragon."
Did you guys just catch the animation on the map room? The book actually came off the shelf and then floated down to yeah.
So rad. So rad.
The map room is killing it constantly.
Indeed.
Jeff, 17 on the perception.
Okay.
And
you look the room over very carefully, and you do not see any more porcelain dolls in the room, much to your relief.
And then I'll swig the liquor of the dead.
All right, you have a straight roll on your con save. It'll be a d6 of damage.
Con save is an 18.
It saves, yes. So half of your d6.
And half of the 5, which is 2.
Okay. And you are in that topmost room.
Yeah.
And you see, again, you see children, 3 of them, 3 boys, young, teasing each other. They point and laugh. I've got your doll! I've got your doll! And they run out of the room, down the hall, and it looks like into the next room.
I will follow.
Yeah, and as you do, opening that door, you see the boys continue. I've got your door too. I've got yours. And they run to the 3rd room.
I will follow.
And as the door to the 3rd room opens and you walk in, still you don't see your companions anymore. You don't see anything but you and this long ago version of this room. And you see the boys. The 2 boys of the first 2 rooms run into the 3rd, and the 3rd one stands there and says, "I don't need your dolls. I got a new toy from Jaspin."
Uh-oh.
And he holds it out. It talks to me. And what you see in his hand, Uggo, is nothing. And the vision fades.
Uggo, are you all right?
No.
What happened? Where are you?
I'm in the kids' rooms. I was looking for more porcelain dolls, and I found a ghost. And the 3 kids, one of them was talking to something that wasn't there, and it was talking to it. Said it was a new toy.
What? Is there anything in the room?
Jeff, where he was holding it up high, I'm gonna go and. Uggo's familiar that things can sometimes be invisible, so he's going to see if there's anything either in that space or on the floor of where he was holding it high.
Okay, roll me a perception check. I have a straight roll.
Straight roll. Ooh, 21.
Ooh.
Yeah, you make a pretty thorough check of the area, patting at the air, patting at the walls. It doesn't seem like there's anything in here.
Unlike the other ones, when he is not here, he held up nothing in his hands when he said, "This thing talks to me." He said he got it from. Has anybody heard the name Jaspin?
We did. We heard the name Jaspin.
The 3rd child. I'm just gonna name him Larry for no reason.
Okay.
Larry was apparently talking to Jaspin, he got a toy from Jaspin, and it was
Larry.
Larry will be back. Larry will be back.
Start trying to get everybody into the same room. So I'm going to start gesturing that Choran and Lily and Whitebeard and Uggo all come into the library.
And I will have brought the book over to Fahima, and Fahima and I are looking at it. Have I heard of this book before, The Heroes and the Dragon?
No, it's strange because as I said, the cover looks to be handwritten.
Right. And is it a large book? Does it look like a children's book?
Well, no and yes. I mean, I assume you're saying a large book like a children's book would be large. It is not
or
that.
Or is it like hundreds of pages or something like that? I guess
it is not hundreds of pages. No, it is. It is rather slight. It looks more like a journal than anything else. But it has the affectation of being a book that you would put on a shelf. So it has like a spine and like a book would be, but It looks handwritten, like you would handwrite the cover of a journal, perhaps.
The mother was telling her children not to bother Jaspin, not to play with Jaspin, not to listen to him. I don't know who Jaspin is. We haven't seen the name Jaspin on any of those portraits downstairs or anything like that, right? We don't know the first names of this family. So Jaspin could be her husband, though she spoke about him as if he wasn't the father of these children.
As if he was a child.
Afraid?
She sounded very worried. Yes, she sounded as if she didn't want her children to be playing with Jaspin or listening to.
Perhaps it's the man that was looking for her in the other room.
It's very possible. Maybe a second husband or something. Is there anything when I open the pages of the book? What is the book about? Is it a story about?
You open the book and the pages themselves are blank. You cannot see any writing on them.
Are Fahima and I together able to make like an Arcana check to see if this book is hiding something or is magical in some way?
Sure. Roll an Arcana check. You have advantage from Ziza Morrigan?
Okay, great.
When he opens the book, Jeff, is the liquor of the dead glowing, or is it black and ink?
It is black again.
21.
You look at this thing, and clearly it is imbued with the same sort of magical essence that the rest of the house, and certainly the items that you've collected from each of these rooms, it seems to be of a set. It has the same sort of quality, this glow, this hue about it. But beyond that, you can't really make any conclusions.
Key, a book, a branch, a cup, a knife.
I think we maybe need to keep moving.
Yes, I'm willing to speculate something. I remember before we went in here, Ostrom said something about her mind being shattered into pieces, and we had to collect the pieces.
Right.
So maybe these are just materialized goods from her mind.
Right.
I feel like that's maybe true, but I feel like we should move on to the other
Yes.
I agree.
rooms and try and keep moving, because
I agree.
We don't have enough information.
No, we don't. We need to keep gathering information. Yes.
Right.
Okay.
So what would you like to do?
In case you haven't noticed, the methods are gone.
I'm very sorry, Fahima.
All for one sip. The
Susan! Susan!
I'll go, it's no use.
Well, maybe she's just around the corner.
I thought it was okay if they died, because you didn't, they were just being, not really humans or anything, you know?
It's okay that they died, I just, my palms are a bit sweaty now because they were my, my fallback plan, I don't have a lot of energy left.
Oh, me either, but we can work together.
Well,
we'll make it through.
Plan.
We're almost through the rest of the house, so we only have a couple more rooms.
So we move on to the next hallway.
Yes.
Agreed.
Yeah.
All right.
Lily,
Let's
do you
go.
want to lead the way?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll be with you. Okay.
So you guys are walking down around the corner of this hallway back toward that other bedroom?
Back towards the
basically
stairway
where the
past
other ghost was. We're going that way.
Yes, exactly. And so you're passing down that hallway. Straight ahead of you is another, what looks like sort of an upstairs sitting room, or perhaps a smoking room, something, a lounge area. You see a large chandelier hanging from there. And as you walk closer and closer, as you progress down that hallway, you see more features of the room. There are couches and chairs. It looks like a drinking room or a sitting room, some sort of lounge.
If I listen,
there's no door. There's no door to get in. It's just an open, as the library was.
I'm listening for anything. Is there any further sounds of groaning or creaking, anything like that, for any further ghosts or anything?
Roll me a perception check. You have advantage from Bo Busy.
Thanks, Bo Busy.
Jeff, I'll go to the corner of the other open area and listen.
Just an 11.
Lily, you have advantage from Lily Dumblestuck fan.
Ooh, thanks, Lily Dumblestuck fan. I'm your fan.
I'm confused what you're doing, I'll
So the other room, so it looks like there's only like 15 feet, 10 really.
Yes, you're seeing the room on the left in that hallway.
Yeah, I'm just going to the right end of that and listening around the corner.
Okay, again, there's no doorway on either of those.
Right.
So you can stand adjacent to it and peer inside. Lily, what did you roll?
I rolled a 15.
Yes, you definitely, perhaps, James, you're not quite catching it, but Lily, you certainly hear a
15 on my perception.
Sorry, Jeff, where is that coming from? Which?
From that sitting room that you're standing, the far right
I
room.
will put my hands up if James is right behind me. There's something in here. And I'll pass it down, like telephone down the line.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
By the end, there's some win in fear. What?
Some wins in fear?
Ugo, you can peer into that room on the left, and you'll see that it looks like a study. Again, bookshelf on the back wall, a desk. There seems to be. You rolled a 17? 15. There seems to be a very conspicuous stain on the circular rug in that room. It looks like an awful lot of blood was maybe spilled there.
Somebody died in there.
Okay, so the information that we have is someone died in there, and there's a lot of noises coming from there.
That might be another ghost in here. Right.
Okay.
Let's take the ghost room first.
Yes. Peering into the ghost room, Jeff, can we see anything?
Yeah, as you peer into the ghost room, there is a ghost at the back wall there, at the top wall, right near those double windows. You see a ghost, and as soon as it sees your head peer around the corner, it turns and bolts directly at you, charging at you, going.
Oh my gosh! Well, it does that. I smile a lot.
And it goes all the way at you and past you and through the back wall.
Okay, honestly, that's better than what I thought it was going to be.
Did the ghost have any shape or familiar? Was it dressed as a servant like the other ones?
Yes. It looked like it was dressed more like a servant than in more of the formal attire. I mean, it's still formal, but much more like what a servant might wear.
Do you think that could be, what's his name?
Jaspin.
Jaspin.
All right, I step into the room around Lily. I'll step into the drawing room.
All right, and as you do, the flask at your side starts to glow green yet again.
What were we gonna say, Jessica?
I just have a math question. I'll ask him. I'll ask
ahead.
later.
James.
Yes.
Can I try it?
Please.
I haven't done one yet.
I hate this stuff, so please go ahead.
I mean, I don't like it either, but I gotta at least try it, right? You know, practice.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
Be my guest.
Okay, so I'll take a swig of my potion.
All right, your Constitution save, you have advantage from Lily Dumblebay.
Thanks, Lily Dumblebay.
And then you roll a d6. What's your con save?
Oh, sorry, 1 second. I'm looking. Ooh, 12.
That saves?
Okay.
So half your d6.
Okay. I haven't had to roll dice for so long.
And
only
then,
one.
One? All right.
One
so
lemon.
again, it burns going down. It's very uncomfortable. And
This was not brewed well.
And disgusting. Yeah, I mean, the foulest thing you've ever had. You remember sniffing it when you first grabbed it there in the shadow at night in the rain, in the shadow of the lighthouse, and you remember sniffing it and wondering what it tasted like. Now you've tasted it, and it is as bad as it seemed. And you immediately feel the world start to change around you. This as the world reconstitutes itself, and this greenish wind, this mist that you can see manifest in front of you, brings the room back to a previous state. And you see, when you had watched that ghost pass by you mere inches away from you as it screamed and passed by you, you got a fairly good look at it. And it looks like that same form stands at the back of the room. The person that maybe that ghost once was stands at the back of the room, pacing back and forth nervously, until from behind you through the door walks a man dressed in very fine, elegant attire. The man you saw in the portraits down on the first floor. He walks in, and immediately the servant at the back of the room turns and starts to speak. Thank you for meeting me here and understanding the need for discretion. But I am getting worried about this house, about what it is doing to the staff. I am so happy that the new recipes are so successful, but I wonder, where did Jaspin get those recipes, those new ideas? He talks non-stop about old things, things that remember the time before the war, things that lurk. And I have felt things, heard things. This house, it doesn't feel the same. Did you see what he made for the children? I don't mean to speak out of turn, but I worry. And the man, dressed in fine clothes, listens and begins to speak. Thank you for coming to me. And he steps forward, closer to the servant. As he approaches, talking as he moves, the servant backs up, retreating from him. The two of them moving deeper into the room. You're right. This house is changing. I hear things too. And while we all want to remember, to know what it was like before, I understand the need for discretion better than you know. And the servant bumps his back into the back of the room. Nowhere left to go. The man places both of his hands upon the man's shoulders, looking into his face. At first, the servant tenses at the touch, but then relaxes. He starts to say, "Thank you," but as he opens his mouth to speak, the man shoves him hard. The servant's body slams into the large decorative window at the back of the room, and it shatters, glass cascading, lacerating his skin. His face transforms from shock and surprise into horror as he falls back and down 2 stories to the stone pavement beneath, shards of broken window falling with him. He lands with a sickening thud, and the glass crashes atop him. Then the man turns and walks silently out of the room. And Lily, you see, left there, manifest as the vision fades, a giant, jagged shard of glass.
I'll go over and pick it up.
And you lift it in your hands, and it looks very sharp. It looks like it could be wielded as a weapon, in fact.
Lily?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yes, but horrible things have happened in this house.
Yes.
That ghost we both just saw.
Yes.
A terrible injustice happened to him.
Okay.
He was shoved out that window. This window.
By whom?
The man, the fancy man.
The one who poisoned his entire dinner party?
Yes. And he was just trying to raise a concern about, what's his name?
Jaspin.
Jaspin.
Yes.
He said that he doesn't know how he got the recipes and how he got the recipes. Maybe the recipes wasn't the right thing. How he got the what he got. It was very confusing, and then he pushed him out the window for raising a concern. This is the problem with people who get too powerful.
Something about this house. It seems to be like it feels as if something in the house drove them mad.
But we do know now that the fancily dressed man is not Jasper, if they were talking about him together.
Right, yes, he is not Jaspin, no.
I thought maybe perhaps it was the cook.
You said the name of the book is what?
Heroes and Dragons. The Heroes and the Dragon, sorry, no.
Is that about the dream we had as the wardens?
No, that was the Heroes of the Orient Age.
Right, but he talked about old things and remembering.
He did. He talked, no,
Wouldn't that be remembering?
Maybe. They mentioned things that came before the war, things that Look.
Well, did the potion glow in the other room ago?
I didn't go in it because I didn't want a ghost to jump out of the blood.
That's good.
Oof, I think we're close. I think we're getting somewhere. Come
I
on.
feel like we still don't know enough, but let's go in.
No. Into the study,
Okay.
I guess.
Into the study.
All right.
Is that the final room that we've seen?
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any more rooms on this floor.
Is there another floor?
No. The first floor and the second floor.
Okay. Into the study.
I'm
Right.
holding Choran back. I'm not letting him go into that room.
And Whitebeard is not eager to go in either. He's sort of standing in the middle of the pack, looking around, still grasping his whip. He managed to whip a porcelain doll into non-existence, but other than that, he's been
Calling it a day.
Yeah, calling it a day. So, who is moving into the study?
I think everybody except for Choran, myself, and I guess Whitebeard.
Okay.
Cool.
So, when you step into the study,
James sensed the end of the puzzle. He's on it.
the four of you step into the study, and again, you feel this energy, this all around you. And everybody roll me a perception check. Everybody who's in the room. Fahima, you have advantage from TK421, countered by Grimfaded. James, you have advantage from High Tyrus Stormblade. Ego, straight roll. And Lily, you have advantage from Lily Dumblebay.
Advantage, thank you.
16.
Map room, I'm not letting him go anywhere near that room. Thank you.
I got a 19.
18.
I got a 4.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So, Lily, you are the first one to notice that the desk in the study seems to have strange discolored spots, strange areas on it that seem to have almost footprints on the desk. They're not footprints, but they are shapes that seem to correspond. There's a rectangular shape. There's a long sort of cylindrical shape. There's a jagged triangle shape.
Does the jagged triangle look like my glass?
Yeah, it's sort of in a picture frame. There's actually a picture frame on the desk where there's a jagged triangle shape that's sort of discolored and conspicuous.
Is there a flaming log shape?
The long cylindrical shape.
Cylindrical shape. There's sort of a shape that you could maybe think might be a key.
With perception, I assume I'll put it right with hers as well. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it does seem to correspond with all of the items that you have picked up along your journey through the castle.
I'll put my glass shard down onto the thing.
And it fits into this portrait frame. There's nothing in it. There's just a sort of a empty frame, and you place the shard in it. It almost feels like the exact shape that is needed to complete the broken glass in that frame.
Key, the cup, the knife.
So I'll gesture. We need everything.
The book, and I'll put the book down.
Yeah, the book seems to sit right there in a spot where it's discolored, where it strangely lines up the exact dimensions of the book sitting in a rectangular spot on the desk.
Let me. You said discolored. Does it look scorched? Does it look like how? What?
That is one way to put it. That is one way to put it. Yeah, it looks either faded or scorched, or certainly very.
Everyone, step away from the desk, and I'll use digits. If we're going to put all these things down, let's not do them ourselves.
Do we have all of them?
Yes, I think we do.
We need Civ some dagger.
Civ, can I have the knife, please?
Sure. And I'm going to look at Choran. Do not move. And then I'll walk down the hallway, and I'll flip the dagger around to where I'm holding the blade in my hand. Yeah. And then I'm going to toss it handle first to James.
And I'll catch it when James drops it.
Sorry.
Roll a dex check.
Choran creeps closer to try to look into the room to see what's going on.
So, yeah.
And so does Whitebeard. He's kind of leaning around looking. There's an intensity of your interactions that they're both curious about.
Keeping us like all 10, 15 feet away from the table. Yeah, I will, like, using Digit, put down the knife. Fahima, do you have the cup?
It lands in a knife-shaped spot on the desk.
I'll go the key.
Again, into a key-shaped spot that is. It seems as if all of these things are lining up just so.
Okay, then the last one, then the cup, and then that's.
And yes, the cup, even Fahima's cup lands. There's a circular spot where the cup sits on the desk, and all of the things assembled immediately. All of the flasks, the bottles at your hips, all of them brighter than you've ever seen before. It says like somebody flipped a switch, and all of them vroom, all around the room. As you look down on your side where you've got your bottle of Liquor of the Dead strapped to your hip, all of them glowing brightly, pulsing with this bright green energy.
Shall we?
I think so.
Yep.
Okay.
It's time to take a drink.
Cheers.
Cheers. I'll take a drink.
Bingo.
Cheers.
To bingo.
Is anyone not drinking?
I'm not drinking.
Okay.
It's the first time Civ's ever said that.
It's a very conscious choice.
All right. So you guys can all roll your con saves. Fahima, you have advantage from TK421.
You're the designated driver, Civ.
James,
No disadvantage?
no disadvantage. James, you have advantage from Pytyrus Stormblade.
Thank you, Pytyrus.
I'll go straight roll. Lily, advantage from Lily Dumblebay.
At 20.
Nice.
All right, everybody who has over 10 saves, everybody rolls your d6 and have it if you need.
Do I still take damage even though I nat 20'd it?
Yes.
I'll say no. That's great. Yeah, that's 20. Yeah. No, I love it. Thanks for
You
this.
finally built the tolerance.
Jeff, I think you already covered this, but what happens if we roll a 1 on, if we save, but we roll a 1 on our d6? Still 1?
I think you can't go to 0. Yeah.
Okay, cool,
yeah.
cool. I just want to make sure. Thank you.
The general rule is 1 divided by half is 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Just want to
I
make
took
sure.
3 points of damage.
All right. So again, all of you, as you clink glasses or clink, your bottles that you've been holding onto, your pints of Liquor of the Dead, and guzzling back each of you.
It's still so bad. It's still so bad.
Like, I'm kind of digging this now.
Yeah, I didn't burn that time. First time getting burned.
And again, the whole world. And this time, you see each other. You look. Lily, Ago, Fahima, James. You can see each other in this vision. But again, the study is transformed to an earlier time. Green, everything having a green hue, a green tint to the entire world. This strange energy infused with anything, as if a wind blows, but none of your clothes are jostled, none of your hair moves. There's an energy in here, you all feel it. And for a moment, you just take in this study that looks like it is of a different time. And then the woman that many of you have already seen, dressed in fine clothes, ushers 2 children into the room. She looks anxious, wide-eyed. Into the study, quickly. Mommy, we want a story. I will read you a story, and then you must do as I say. Where is your brother? We want Jasmine's story. It's the best story. The heroes and the dragon. All right, sit down. And she picks up the book that you have placed on the desk. It's glowing green, pulsating with energy, as if suddenly infused with some new energy. She's distracted, uneasy, unable to keep her eyes off the entrance to the room. She opens the book and begins to read, picking up in the middle of the story. The heroes approached the dragon's lair. Having sought in vain peaceable admission, they reached the inner sanctum through the use of the silver key. And as she says this, you see that key, the key that you placed on the table, begin to pulse and glow green. But the heroes now faced an impassable blockade. The dwarf lifted one of his mighty hammers and struck at the plankings of the door, making room for his gauntleted hand. He began pulling sturdily at the wood, ripping and tearing the door asunder, the sound so sharp and alarming it echoed throughout the cave. And just as she completes this passage, you hear, remarkably, sound exactly as she described, loud and cracking, echoing throughout the castle. She and the children look up, startled. Her face contorts into fear, but she presses on, trying to stay calm in front of the children. The good champions, now able to enter the dragon's lair, moved through a cavern of darkest mystery, the walls illuminated by torches aflicker with dancing flame. And you notice the burning log that you placed on the desk begin to glow brightly green. Anon, the heroes emerged into a palace of gold, a floor of silver, a hoard of riches and items tantalizing to even the truest heart. Chests and chalices and ornaments of the finest make, bejeweled and attractive to the eye. And the pretty goblet on the table glows green. But before them stood a dragon of scaly and prodigious demeanor, with wide snout and searing breath. And behold, upon unfurling its serpentine tongue, a mouth of innumerable teeth, jagged and sharp, eerily translucent like shards of glass. And again, you look down at the table and notice the shard of glass ripple in green hues. The heroes, undaunted, upraised their mighty weapons and bestruck the sub-celestial beast with force and vigor sufficient to cause a shriek so horrid and harsh, so piercing, that they had to press their hands against their ears to drown out the dreadful noise. And in that moment, you and she hear a noise exactly as described. A horrible shrieking emanating from some distant point in the castle or on the grounds. The children look around, scared by what they've heard. Shaken, the woman tries to maintain their attention by continuing to read. Having felled the magnificent dragon, the champions were able to retrieve the object of their brazen endeavor, the sword. Its gleam resplendent and true, its power beyond imagining. And the knife on the table glows green. But no sooner had the heroes laid hands upon its wondrous hilt, but they lost their grip, and it fell, clanging to the silver floor with a great and terrible ringing. And once again, the exact sound of clanging rings out throughout the halls of the castle, reverberating through the walls, a sound distinct and present as if coming closer, headed to this very room. The woman slams the book closed, grabs the children, and dashes to the back of the study, to the top of the room where the bookcases line the walls. Impossibly, she and the two boys pass right through the wall and out of sight. And then there's nothing for a moment as that whooshing green chaos continues. And moments later, as you stand there, the man in fine clothes enters through the door, through the opening that you entered through, looking around the room wildly. He calls behind him, "Jasmine, the wardens approach. We must make our escape. Are preparations made?" He picks up the small portrait with the broken glass in it. "Where is my family?" Another man walks in, slight, not lavishly dressed. His face hangs slack, his eyes hollow. He's younger, in much better condition, but James and Lily immediately recognize him as being the man they met in the lighthouse. He speaks.
Yes, my lord. All is ready. There is only one thing left to do.
And he picks up the knife from the table and plunges it into the man's back. The man gasps and clutches at the knife, but to no avail. He gurgles.
Why? Because I am no servant. Do you not recognize nobility when you see it? Well, the old ones do.
And the body collapses and lies in a heap, blood seeping from an open wound. It looks green and thick to your eye, the film of the world, greenish. But there is no doubt it is blood. Jaspin walks to the desk. He retrieves a flask from inside his doublet. He pours dark, awful liquid from it into the cup that you left on the table and takes a drink from it long and deep. Then he picks up the silver key off the table, walks to the back wall where the bookshelves are, slides a few books to the side and leans in, seemingly using the key on a hole he finds there. Then he walks back to the table, picks up the portrait, dashes it to the floor, the glass of the frame shattering as it lands. He pulls the picture out from it and crumples it in his hands. And he takes the log from the desk, uses his flint to light it, and stands there a second holding the torch, its green flame reflecting around the room of green. Then he begins touching it to various surfaces, the books, the desk, the floor, all of them catching fire and burning in great green flames. Smoke starts to fill the room, all of it tinged with that green hue of your vision, billowing up from the rapidly spreading blaze. And from behind the wall, from behind the bookcase, you hear pounding, then muffled shouts and screams. And the man stands for a moment, watching the fire catch and spread, the body of the finely dressed man at his feet. Then he drinks one more time from the cup, tosses it to the floor, turns, and walks out of the room. And as you stand there, the fire growing and engulfing the entire manor around you, you see every wall, every object, every surface begin to take on that shimmering, rippling quality. A structure consumed by green fire. As you stand in its center, the Castle Rum becomes a translucent emerald torch, flickering like a mirage. And then the vision fades.
He left them there.
This is a terrible place.
Yes.
What did you see?
It was the Viscount. Lily, yes? Am I wrong?
No, it was him. I'll explain to Civ all of that in a very fast manner.
He locked the woman and two of her children.
I'll walk over to where that is in the bookshelf while James is saying that. Is there anything there?
There's a keyhole.
Is the key still on the table?
It is.
I'll pick it up and unlock it.
All right. You take the silver key and you place it. The books having moved, the result of the vision is the books on the bookcase itself have actually moved. and you place the silver key in a hole that seems perfectly suited to it. And as you turn, you feel the entire wall start to move sideways.
Careful, Lily.
The bookcase slides into itself, revealing a hidden room behind the study. Boop, like that in the map room.
Sick.
And
does it make that cute of a noise?
Yeah. And inside are numerous supplies and provisions, food and books and blankets. And standing at the back are two figures. A woman, well-dressed in sweeping silken clothes, but slight, underfed, weak, but beautiful, regal, and clearly, undeniably, dragonborn. Her scaly skin a dull orange. You can see the bones and muscles of her arms, too thin, but arms that hold a young boy tight against her body. A boy that is clearly also dragonborn, but something else too. The scales on his skin teal and murky, like the waters of the deep reef. A boy who couldn't be more than 5 years old, but who is clearly, undeniably, Yan Mo. Yan Mo, the warrior who held the Inferno Warden at the bottom of the Lost Sea. Yan Mo, who set the Kapru upon the island of Bingle, dragging bodies to the deep. Yan Mo, who laughed and dined with the Ashen Mage as Lily's mother and sisters served them. Yan Mo, 5 years old and standing frightened in front of you. Standing, holding something in his hand. And from behind you, Civ, you hear Choran yell, "Baojai! Chomel!" And he starts to move towards them.
No, he doesn't.
And suddenly, a new apparition appears through the back wall. It bursts into the room, passing through solid objects, its semi-transparent form flying with furious speed. It is a woman. The same woman some of you saw in your visions, elegantly dressed, noble. But she seems wild, unhinged, frayed in some way, her ghostly face contorted in rage. She halts Choran in place even as Civ does the same, and hovers menacingly between the Triton and his family. And you hear the dragonborn woman clutch her son with this apparition floating in front of her. You hear her say, "What are you? Get away!" And from behind you, Civ, you hear Choran's voice, "Baojai, it is I, Choran. It cannot be. You are some trick, some deception to convince me to give up Chomel. I will not be deluded. No, Baojai, I am real. You did not come. You did not come to Boster. I did. I was." And you see Choran turn and look at Whitebeard. "Waylaid." And then the boy speaks. Father. And that's where we're going to stop tonight.
Wow.
Jeff,
Brutal.
you monster.
That's brutal.
Oh, mind blown.
Yet another kid baddie.
Paid for a whole seat and only used the edge of it.
You shouldn't be paying for a seat for this show.
Right.
Although,
Jeff, I didn't mean to stop
PayPal.
you in the middle of your monologue, but I was like, there's no way I'm letting
I love it.
Choran near.
No, it's great.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Oh,
All right.
So much to
So,
unpack.
There's a lot that's going to happen next week. There's a lot we have to figure out how to get out of the. There's a. It seems the lady of the house has finally arrived, and she's standing between Choran and his family,
Fireball.
family that. What's that?
I just said fireball.
And it seems that it is a family that we have had some interaction with in the past, at least one of them. So,
good game, Jeff.
I hope you tune in next week. I hope you come back and check us out 6 p.m. Pacific time Wednesday nights on caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run. All our past episodes on YouTube, also available as audio podcasts. I want to thank some folks who have shown us love in the last little while. The Carson, Vegan Dracolich, Shayberry, Bo Busy, TW, Squishy Tofu, A Silent Watcher, and others. Thank you so much for being here with us. We'll be back next week. Until then, humankind.
Be both.
I am unsatisfied! Jeffrey, you come back here this minute! Milo, get off of my foot! I'm serious, Jeff. You and the cast come back on now. I would like to see the rest of the show. I am not tired yet. Someone get them back here! I will have my way with these people. Oh, goodness gracious. I am on the edge of my seat. Literally, I almost fell out of my seat. I mean, I'm barely hanging on. I've got like a millimeter of space sitting on this chair. Holy macaroni. Okay. Well, he's not going to come back, and neither will anyone else. And this music is a little too fun for right now. To all of you who've played along and interacted with us throughout the evening, our humble thanks, and thank you to everyone that shared our adventure. And be sure to join us live next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific, right here at caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run, as The Dungeon Run continues. And follow the channel, of course, to get your live notifications. I hate to say it, because I do not want to go. But until next week, may the dice roll in your favor.
It started.
As a simple dungeon run. As a simple dungeon run.
In a world where magic exists, anything is possible.
Ah, life is pain. Ah, life is pain. Pain, 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 pain.
Meep, I love you. Come back to me. Meep. 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 Meep.
We're falling through space. No plan.
The island of Bingle is safe once again. You may return to your homes. And if there are any that are willing, help them rebuild.
Humankind. Be both.